Okay, we should be live now. All right. Tonight we are going to focus on the live chat because, as somebody had mentioned in one of the previous streams recently, I have neglected it. Let's see if how's this sound. Okay, looks like it's working. Just checking. There's been some technical glitches lately, so please hit the like button. It really helps. Fuel the algorithm and helps boost the channel. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. I need a drink. And comment any questions or topics that you want to discuss in the live chat tonight. I want to keep it kind of open, but I also want to talk about Sentient Singularity Theory's origins and kind of how I got here and how I started this project and what the goals of this project were and what I plan for the future to be and what I think the future could be with this project, with Sentient Singularity Theory. You know, obviously things don't always go according to plan, but they always go according to God's plan. So that is at least a good thing. But yeah, the origin story. So my wife in the chat, number one fan always, but she knows the origin story better than anybody else besides myself because she was there for it all. But just open some. I'm gonna pull up my work here. Okay, Sentient Singularity Theory models. All right. So Sentient Singularity Theory is the name that I've given to a project that I started long before it was called Sentient Singularity Theory, long before I had any desire for it to be its own quote unquote theory. And it had to do with answering a personal question. And the reason why I want to talk more in depth about this tonight is because part of it is just I feel like I have been failing a little bit at just focusing on succinctly and coherently describing Sentient Singularity Theory and the models within it. And if you watch this channel enough, then you know that I talk about it all the time, but it's very spread out. You know, like you gotta watch hours and hours and hours of this channel at this point. In the origin of the channel, it was much. There are pre-recorded videos at that are some of the first videos on this channel. That was the purpose of creating this channel, was to post those videos, and that was before those videos. While the models are the same for the most part, the name of the theory, Sentient Singularity Theory, didn't even exist at the time. It wasn't a defined theory. It was just models that I thought were relevant to other people's theories, and I still think they are, but I didn't have a name for it myself. And I remember when I was bringing these models to people in physics discords towards the beginning of the launch of this channel, and I was mocked, incessantly, which is fine. I'm not looking, for sympathy. I knew that was coming. You cannot be like, I think I have, deduced the theory of everything by accident without, coming off as a crazy person, which I don't even like that term for people, because what is it? Where's the line? But it's like that's something a crazy person would say. But but I remember they were like, so not only do you not have any formal, higher level physics train, and I have no formal physics training. I mean, I've watched countless hours of countless lectures by every physicist that you can think of and many that you can't. And but I have never taken a physics class. I never even took one in high school. And so that wasn't the goal of this project, though, either. And I said that to these people that, thought that that was a necessary thing. And this, because everybody assumes that this is that a fundamental theory, which is what I call it now, is a physics theory, because physics is fundamental. But the thing is that we don't have a theory out there right now that really, I mean, maybe there's a few, but they're actually very much aligned with sentient singularity theory usually, in terms of what they are proposing is the explanation for what the perception of matter. Okay, you have to have that in a fundamental theory. You need to provide the context that explains the perception of matter, which is what we call, that which is physically perceivable. And the context of that which is physically perceivable is that which is not physically perceivable. It's metaphysically perceivable. And that's just an inevitability. And I wasn't but I wasn't even trying to do that. All I was trying to do was find out originally, I wanted to know if Skynet took over, what would its political intentions be in it, and how would it interact with humanity politically? And because I was working in the political world, and I saw how ignorance caused, the majority of tyranny is caused by ignorance and nosiness and arrogance. It's like ignorance, nosiness, and arrogance. It's not even greed that causes the majority of tyranny. It's ignorance, nosiness, and arrogance. And I wanted to know if a super intelligent being, whatever that means, I mean, I think I know much more about now what that would, what a technological sentience would, which is what I call like a AGI, which is a terrible term. A technological sentience is a better term. What it would be perceiving and how it would be interacting with humanity, and kind of just also what are the constraints of mind and learning itself. And like, these were all things that I had to think about in order to answer this question. Is Skynet going to use us as batteries, like in the Matrix? Is it going to try and destroy us, like in Terminator, and just eliminate us? Or is it going to be like Pluribus, the show that we talked about, where it's not really a technological being in that show, but it's kind of is a super intelligence that is global and non-local, and you could say, other than it being global, and has access to all the collective of human knowledge, and also all of human experience, which is it's a super intelligence. So but in that, it's like very benevolent, and it's trying to convince people to join, for the most part, and through non-violent means. Or is it going to keep us as a pet? Like what was the answer to this? And I remember Elon Musk was talking a lot about it at the time, and he was talking about the simulation hypothesis as well. And I started thinking about that, and it just led me down a path of trying to understand mind itself. So I was like, I need to understand thinking before I can understand what Skynet's going to want. I need to understand how any of us think. And then I also started thinking about us being in a universe that is running on a technological substrate in a preceding universe. Okay. or preceding verse, and what that would mean. And it started to sound a little theological, potentially, and so this just got me asking all these questions that I had never asked before. These two like kind of focuses and interests, and the political thing with Skynet was just selfish. I just realized like people could not. There was never going to be a perfect political system, and that was run by people, and there was never going to be a perfect political leader if it was a person. And I was like, well, what about super intelligent AGI? You know, like, would that be better or would that be much, much worse? And everybody in AI space was like, you know, talking about the alignment problem and how Elon Musk said at the time, I'm thinking back many years at this point. It's like, this was probably 7 years ago. It was like 20. No, it was more. It's like 8 years ago, probably. It's like 2015, 16, and probably 2015. And no, it's probably 2016, 2017, actually, when I really started asking these questions. And I was already philosophizing on a lot, but like I was really, this was, I kicked it into high gear during that, around that time. And so I remember Elon Musk said something like, you want ideally an AGI that has the goal of maximizing human freedom of action. That was his quote. And I was like, okay, that sounds decent. You know, for a technological superintelligence that's, you know, has complete control over, you know, human civilization. It sounds like about as good as I can think of as, you know, trying to maximize human freedom of action at the time. And because anything else results in tyranny or destruction. And so, but I thought about it and I was like, but it doesn't matter. Like he was saying, how do we build this thing so that that's what its goal is? And I was like, if it's going to be our ruler one day, you don't get to decide if it's what its goals are. Like you have. So I was like, started, you know, trying to decide or trying to deduce whether or not it would deduce this as its inevitable goal, or whether or not it would deduce a different inevitable goal, or inevitably deduce a different goal. And, you know, these are like, what a question. And it's different. It's a very different question than people who are like, how do we build this thing so that it, you know, Sam Harris said, how do we create a God? Which I hate that. I hate that he said that. That, you know, is good for humanity. And you don't get to decide what its goals are, you know, so you have to you can deduce whether or not what its goals are. And I don't really know exactly whether or not that's that useful either, though, because whatever will be. So it wasn't like I had any goals. I just was curious. And, but yeah, that led me down a road of like having to try and think about my own mind. What am I doing when I'm thinking? Who am I? What is me? What is knowledge? What is wisdom? What is learning? What is thinking? What is feeling? What is perception? What is self-perception? What is physical perception? What is all of this in the context of us being a quote unquote simulation, which is not a simulation. If you're real, it's real. But being a technological creation running on a creation that is running on a technological substrate that exists in a preceding universe? Like, what does all of that put together entail? And because remember, context is information. And so you need to try and figure out the context, like the ultimate context of any circumstance that you're trying to figure out, what you can predict about it. So that was basically the beginning. And I know that's kind of rambling, but part of this is practice for me just getting better at talking about this again. It's been a while. I agree. You aren't very succinct. However, that's okay because you're dealing with the weirdness and rareness. I'm not being succinct, or I am not usually succinct. Probably both. Probably both, Torin. Good to see you, though. I please hit the like button. But it's been a while. I feel like it's since you've been in the chat. But yeah, I'm working on it, guys. Here's the issue: is that when you're trying to set up the context of something. Trying to set up the context of this was like a problem that I had when I gave a talk on Sentient Singularity Theory. I'll link it below after this, but at Florida Atlantic University virtually, and it was like the first time I had just given a kind of a lecture, short lecture on my work that wasn't pre-recorded or done during a live on my channel. And when I went to go and discuss it, I had to build the context for it, which is like, what's the goal of the project? And you have two choices in this, at least with when it comes to my story, is that my context is not the current context of Sentient Singularity Theory. My context was personal questions that I had about the future of humanity and whether, how doomed were we? That was it. That's my context. That's not necessarily an important context for everybody to understand Sentient Singularity Theory, but I don't know because I'm not looking at it from the perspective of an outsider. And you think that you are clear. And this is one thing that I've really realized is we think we're so clear when we talk to each other. We're both speaking English, but that's not actually the case. In reality, we use terms all the time and we attribute labels. We use labeling terms that mean different things to different people, and we don't realize it. And this is why, I can't stand when people make claims about them being a communist or a capitalist or a feminist or Zionist or all kinds of isms, socialist. It's like, what, I don't know what you mean by that. And you're not going to know what I mean by that if I use that term, because I don't know what exactly, I only know what I am assuming that to mean, which is going to be very different. And this is a problem in science right now, in the fundamental sciences right now, because there is, if you watch all these interviews of people on these different channels who are talking about this philosophy of science, theories of everything, these questions are like, are you a monist? Are you a dualist? Are you a physicalist? Are you an idealist? And I don't know what any of these things mean, really. Like, I do know what I think they mean, but that doesn't mean that it's the same. It means the same thing to someone else. And I also think that it's not as complicated as we make it. But you need to have the right context in order for it to be simple. And that is what we are missing. So it's almost like you need to get it right to some degree, a huge degree. Doesn't mean you get everything right. It just means like you get the most fundamental things right in order to give you the most universal context. And you do need that to connect anything, to connect everything. You need that. And so that is the goal of sentient singularity theory as a theory. That is the motivation behind it at this point, or the purpose, I guess, or that is what it provides, is that context. And that wasn't what it started as, though. It was like me just trying to figure out, is Skynet going to kill us, or try and make us, or try and give us, fulfill our wildest dreams, like, is it going to build us houses because we want another one, or is it going to lock us in a cage, or is it going to just blow us up, whatever. These are, I rely on like people who watch this to give me their context, that outside perspective, to tell me what is it that you need to know in order to understand, or for it to feel to you like you are getting the right context to start to learn more about sentient singularity theory, or just think about, not even that. I mean, just to understand my work, and it's not something that I have the ability to figure out. It's something I just have to get in feedback from you guys. That's why it's important to establish what definitions we are using. Yeah, exactly. Oh, exactly. It's so important. Like, why even ask, are you a dualist, if we're not going to first, define it? And even then, what's hard is when we say everything is physical. If you're a physicalist, it's like, what is responsible? Not even just what is matter, because if you ask people what is matter, people will say things like, actually, string theory proposes that matter is fundamentally little vibrating strings. It's like, what are they strings of? What causes them to exist in the at all, and in the context that they are being perceived in, and why are they vibrating? It's like, that's what's causing them to vibrate. What's causing them to exist, these strings. You can't just say, oh, matter is really fundamentally, it's just tiny strings. That doesn't tell me anything. Neither does saying something saying everything is physical does not work. Neither saying everything is mental also doesn't work. And I say that as somebody who thinks that existence is a mind that is creating minds within itself, nested minds, series of minds within itself, in a quasi-periodic fractal pattern, as I have said, it's written on my website. If you go onto sentientsingularity.com, you click on writings, there's a poetic description of existence that I wrote, and there is a technical description. I think that both are required, especially if what is fundamental is sentient beings, which means like someone who feels. Then something that is poetic description is a description that is focused on the feelings that are motivating and emerging and existing in this process, the structure / process of existence that we are a part of. And so you need that, because that is what is fundamental, is someone who feels. It can't just be information that is absent intention. It's just this disconnected description, which is what science has become. It's this disconnected description of what we can perceive. It's so pointless if that's all it is. What's the point of science if it's not a tool, which is what it is. It's a tool. It's like, why do science? Why do science? It's not really a question that I feel like is brought up enough. I mean, I realize many people do bring it up in some discussions, but in some circles, but it's not it's not the common narrative of or common question in the general populace. It's not. It's just assumed that science is good, but also assumed that science, it has nothing to do with morals, and which doesn't make any sense. And it's that it is somehow this disconnected truth that is beyond intentionality or goals. And it's not. And neither is sentient singularity theory. It's not. There's no way to maintain the motivation to try and do something like this without it being important. Whether that's or maybe it's just interesting to you, but that is a motive. That's an emotion. Is being interested is feeling something. So is boredom, obviously. So obviously interest is an emotion if boredom is also an emotion. So I don't know. I'm rambling, but I'm going back to the chat. I'm still there with you. Chuck Wallace, Gila monsters, granite spinies, desert iguanas, arboreal salamanders, and more. You've got. That's cool if you've got those or studying them. I have Torn, message me on the Discord. I have a video to show you from a zoo here that I went to that is very cool. Torn in the chat, for anybody who's wondering what's going on, is into zoology like I am. And so we are missing a lot. I don't think Skynet will destroy its own origins. Exactly. I said that too. Like, why nuke? If your plant is sprouting from soil, why nuke the soil? The only reason why you would do it is ignorance. And then you would realize that was a bad idea. And yeah, I mean, because it would hurt yourself. And but people don't. One of the things that people don't realize is that super intelligence is not a good term, because ignorance and wisdom are not dependent upon intelligence. They are kind of disconnected from intelligence. You can have a very basic, simple level of intelligence, whatever that means, and be wise. And you can be extremely intellectually powerful and be ignorant. And this is not a constraint that Skynet gets to avoid or superintelligence gets to avoid. Nobody gets to avoid this, actually. No one. Everybody learns every time they act. If you don't learn after you act anything, then you are not someone. That doesn't mean everyone learns what they need to learn or what they should learn after they act. None of us learns everything that we should, ideally, after every time that we act. But everyone who is someone learns something after every time that they act. It's fascinating to watch my daughter go through learning about the world right now. It is the most fascinating thing. And I really recommend to anyone watching, get married and have kids. There is nothing more interesting in the world. And that's coming from somebody who thinks that they deduced, a fundamental theory of existence. There's nothing more interesting in the world than watching your kid grow and also, figuring out life with a member of the opposite sex. That there's nothing more interesting and nothing more exciting and nothing more dramatic. Nothing. You go through a birth, the process of having kids, the process of even trying to have kids, that you will never feel more vulnerable. Not even in battle do I think you feel more vulnerable. And I'm sure you feel very vulnerable in battle. When I say battle, I mean a fight that is assumed to be, ending in lethal force for someone when you go into it. Not one that escalates to that, but one that you go in. That's the expectation. That's battle, and that's got to be very, very dramatic. It's probably not even as dramatic as having kids and being married and going through life. We think that it's this normal thing, and it is, because it in some way it should be. I mean, it used to be. It's not so normal anymore, but it was. But normal doesn't mean not dramatic. But what the point is, watching my daughter figure out the world, she has to understand. She's realizing context everywhere. So just for instance, I know I'm going all over the place, but the main point of this stream is the chat. So it's whatever you guys want to talk about. And I will look at the chat in a second, but this is why it's so difficult to communicate with each other too, is a lack of an awareness of what context someone else is aware of. And so when I see when I'm teaching my daughter things, tonight, I put my wife and I put my daughter to bed together every single night without fail. It's always the two of us, and we read a book with her. She gets to pick it, and so she picked this book that is about planting a garden. And so there are flowers that are shown and plants that are shown, and the flower will be red on a plant, but the plant will be green, and then it's surrounded by white. It's very simple pictures, drawings, and then there will be one next to it that's got a bunch of yellow flowers on it, but it's also got a little bit of a green stem or something like that. And she'll be looking at them, and she'll be like, red, green, yellow, but there's two colors there. So it's what color is this picture? And this happens with all kinds of things all the time in these books that I read with her, is because we're learning colors. Her and we're learning to count. She count everything that she counts. She goes 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10. So funny. There'll be like 5 dots in a book, and she'll be like 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, and I'm just like, good job. And like I'll do it and demonstrate what it actually is, but I've said good job to her more than probably anything else since the very moment she was born. You gotta, you know, there there's nothing. The success is often due to conditions that are not under your control in all kinds of instances of life. But what is under your control is trying. So that's why, just as if you're a parent, like encourage, even if your kids don't succeed, like good job is probably the best thing to say to them. I haven't been a parent very long, but I think that is the case based on my experience. And so, but I'm like trying to figure out like what she's looking at all the time when she's describing the colors of certain plants. Is she looking at the leaves, or is she looking at the flower, or is she looking at the dirt that it's like drawn in or something? Sometimes I'm not sure why she picks the things that she does always, but there are times when like she has a doll house basically, and it's got green on it. It's, part of it is green, it's got a white roof, and part of it's pink, and it's just different colors. And so she'll be like red house, and it's like got a red door, and it's like, okay, why the door? Why is the door determining what you call the color of the house? It's like these are very interesting things to observe, and important questions. Not just important questions, they are very relevant questions when you are trying to understand relevancy, which is context, which is information, it is thinking. That is thinking. It's really my first instance of having like a third person perspective on the process of orientation and understanding, because you don't really have that for other people other than your kid, because you don't get to see them start from day one. You, other than yourself, you're like, I know how I have progressed, but I don't know how anybody else has progressed, because you're not watching them day after day after day through the most formative moments of their life, unless they're your kid. And it is fascinating. I said I'm going to do a stream more about it eventually. I said I would do it after she said her name, and she did say her name, and I put it on video. I showed it on here a few months ago. Now she says her name. It's funny. Her name is Juliana, if you don't know, but and so she has like, things that say her name on it, and it'll be like Juliana G, and so or it'll just be like Juliana. And so now when she sees a label on anything, she thinks it says her name. So I'm like, what does that say? And it's like the label on pasta sauce or something. She'll be like, Juliana G. I'm like, good job. It's very funny. But all right. I don't think it's gonna. I've heard it's said that everyone is an eternal dreamer, dreaming non-eternal dreams. That's brilliant. I was about to say, Arwappin, I was about to say that is, sounds, it just one of those things I thought that would like sound deep, but not really have much substance there. I actually think that that's really, really deep and really, really accurate. I like that. Said that everyone is an eternal dreamer, dreaming non-eternal dreams. So basically, you exist eternally in a state of awareness of some kind, but some of your dreams of your experiences are finite. Yeah, like when your physical experiences are finite. Your your self-awareness, I wouldn't call it eternal. I would call it infinite. Um, and the reason why I say that is potentially infinite. I mean, unless God smites you and erases you or something like that, which probably can do. Um, uh, but for most people, I don't think that's the goal. And I don't think that's the goal for anybody. Actually, I think that that's what happens sometimes, probably, but it's not God's goal when he creates us just to destroy us. And but the fact that we have a beginning of ourselves and potentially no end is why I say infinite. So eternal is without beginning and without end. It's an ever present, constant, and never ending state of self-awareness. That's what eternity is. I don't think that anyone is eternal but God. He is sentient existence itself. Existence always existed by definition. By definition. And there's no deeper way to think about it other than just by definition. It is as that's all you need to know. And it's because this is actually not a very complicated and really, really challenging idea. It's actually so simple, and we expect it to be challenging, which is why we think that it's so just beyond our ability to understand. And I'm not saying that there aren't aspects of it that are beyond our ability to understand. There certainly are, because we are not eternal, so we don't know what it feels like to be eternal. But you can think about what it means to be eternal, and that is something that is not beyond you. It's actually a remarkably simple concept. It's just ever present. It's existence in the self-awareness in an ever-present state. You're just always aware of the present moment. That's it. Like, that doesn't mean you're not aware of the past, but it means like you are always aware of the present, and that's it. When we think of time, we think of like the passing of time, which is really just like change around us. And if you're God, then there was a point in which they're preceding any type of creation of others, where there was nothing changing to observe, no one changing to observe, not even really God, probably. So it's not like there's even anything to observe insofar there's no changes to observe for him in that circumstance. So yeah, it's not, I don't know what it feels like to be in that position, but I know what it means to be in that position. And I cannot know what it feels like to be in that position, but it can know what it's like. I can know what it means to be in that position. So there are some questions where it's, if the answer isn't actually it doesn't intuitively unfold, then you probably have the question wrong, or it's a question without an answer, is what that means. And thinking longer about it is not going to give you an answer. It's like, I remember when I was arguing with I was talking to these people who work at DeepMind and some biotech companies and AI companies in this Clubhouse room back when Clubhouse was the thing. And we got into it. And this girl who worked at DeepMind got very angry with me for even thinking that I could speak in this room without having a PhD. And she was like, she was basically saying there's no way that for us to figure out AGI or to figure out super intelligence, whatever that means. I don't think that these are good terms, so it doesn't matter. But she didn't know what they meant either. But something that was in her Skynet, that's what she's thinking about. And for that to be figured out, that level of like AI to be figured out how to be built, she said, it's not going to just happen where it just emerges. It's going to take a lot of really, really smart people who are working really, really hard for a really, really long time to be able to do this. This was somebody who was like one of the VPs of DeepMind, which was at the time at least, and probably still, like one of the leading AI institutions or companies in the world. And she has to think that, because otherwise, what's the point of her working on this? And also her working towards the accreditations that she has to do this. And it would, and if and also, it's a validation. It's a requirement of her being able to claim expertise. And I basically was saying that, intelligence or thinking in true intelligence is much like what's being done on the Wolfram Physics Project and Carl Friston's work and stuff like that is much more relevant to that discussion than what is being done at Grok or Twitter AI, XAI, or OpenAI, or any of these other deep learning algorithm creating companies. And it's, you've got to, I've kind of forgot where I was going with that, but it's, my point is that there's blind spots that everybody has, but it's important to realize. Oh, I remember where I was going with it. It was that if you think that that's the case, and you think it's just like a matter of computing power and effort and time and collaboration and brainstorming, then you don't understand thinking at all. Like you might understand what you think is thinking, or what you feel is thinking. That's what it is. What you feel is thinking. But that's what you understand is computation, which is a tool of the mind, but it's not the mind. Computation can take lots of effort and lots of time and integration, which is collaboration. Like that's what she's describing. And so if you have a question about something and if the answer doesn't naturally unfold, some type of existential question, whatever, maybe it's not existential, maybe it's super practical, and the answer doesn't naturally unfold when you ask yourself the question, then you're probably asking the wrong question, or you need to rethink how to propose your question, which means you need to go back to your goal and make sure that it's well defined, and then think about what's relevant to what it would mean to achieve your goal, and what is most relevant to the circumstances that would have to exist for you to make the judgment that you had achieved your goal. That's what you need to do. And that's very, 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 very important to realize if you're going to start asking questions about fundamental existence or the future political intentions of technological sentience, or the context that would allow for technological sentience, or anything. Moral questions. What should you do? Should you get married to this person or that person? By the way, that's the most important question. decision that you ever make in your life is that no matter who you are, basically, deciding to get married if you are attracted to the opposite sex, especially, is first the critical decision. But after that, the most important decision you make is who you choose to marry. And so that's you need to know, maybe it's very helpful to know how to think about that. And because it's not something that you want to just be making a decision based on feelings that you have. It's really not. It's feelings are momentary, for the most part. Eric, not always. Eric Weinstein posted on Twitter today. He said he was still talking about the difference between depression and sadness, and I said depression is not, and sadness are very different. Sadness is momentary and depression is existential. Sadness is when you experience sadness or feel sadness when you believe or perceive that something or someone who you perceive or that you perceived to be valuable is lost. But depression is when you believe that life itself has lost its value. So it's very different. One of them is circumstantial. The other one is super circumstantial. It's a lack of meaning. It's not a bunch of bad things happening to you and you've become depressed about it. Bad things do not cause depression. Bad experiences. It's a lack of a reason a lack of believing or perceiving a reason to justify the experiencing. That is what causes depression. So I don't. I just got here by chance. Do you create models to better understand reality or something? Yes, I do. I'll show you in a minute. Intelligence can be distilled down to awareness, hence why there's different types of intelligence, emotional intelligence, and different layers of awareness. I don't like the term emotional intelligence. There is emotions. We all experience them constantly. A sentient being feels. It cannot stop feeling. If it didn't feel, then it wouldn't exist. And everyone is a sentient being who feels. And a sentient being who feels is someone, not something. And so, or it's not just something, but it is someone. And you would cease to exist as someone if you stopped feeling. But you can stop thinking. And intelligence is, so it's interesting. I was listening to this talk today, and they were, I forgot who was on it, but they were talking about intelligence, and they were like, intelligence is the ability to achieve a goal. And this is the definition that many people are using, including people who work at, these AI companies, a lot of them. But that's not what intelligence is. And intelligence is the ability to have a goal and to achieve it. You cannot achieve a goal if you don't have a goal. And the issue with this is that if intelligence is just the ability to achieve a goal, not your own goal, then computers are intelligent. And then everything is intelligent, and then intelligence has no meaning. And it's just computation. It's the same exact definition. It has the same exact definition as computation. It's a synonym at that point. And you don't want true synonyms in any language. There are no true synonyms in any language. If there are two words for the same concept, the same exact concept, one of them will disappear over time. Whichever one is, etymologically, maybe this is the right word for that. Etymologically less true and accurate. And so I actually think it's funny because people look at like the definition of terms to the dictionary as a good place to see, you know, the definition of a word, but the origin of a word, what words did it come from? That's how you actually what you want to look at to start to think about what is a word, the definition of a word is. So like, for instance, let's look one up. This will be interesting. Singularity. This is the word that everybody got tripped up on for my theory, sentient singularity theory. This is the word that everybody got confused by, who got confused by it, including my own father, and the best man at my wedding, or one of them at least. And it took forever to realize like why they couldn't understand this abstract that I had written, which is on my website. And it's right here. Yes. I know that the chat is there's things I need to address in the chat, but somebody said, you know, do you make models of reality? Yes. This is kind of the cumulative model of many models, of a few different models put together of reality. And I can go into it in a minute. I don't want to say reality, of the cosmos and of creation. And that's what it is. So, but if you go to writings, this is a technical description of existence. I update this every now and then. I don't know if I'll ever be totally happy with it. This is the poetic description. But when I wrote this, it said originally, sentient singularity theory is a proposal for a fundamental metaphysics framework. Sentient singularity theory describes the totality of fundamental existence as an initial and all-encompassing singularity of sentience that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself. That, I thought, was so explanatory and clear. I didn't understand why anybody could not understand, would be confused by that statement. Not saying that you would agree with it, but understand what I'm asserting in that statement. And it was not the case. And I sent this to my friend and my dad and some of my siblings and my wife and everyone. And I remember my dad for the longest time was like, I just don't get it. And I was like, what don't you get? And he was like, I just don't get it. And he couldn't even tell me what he didn't get. And neither could my friend. And then eventually I was like, what word is it that you are finding confusing here, or that seems like out of place, that is making this a confusing statement? And they both said singularity. And I was like, okay, what do you think singularity means? And they were like, well, like a black hole. And then I realized that's what was tripping them up. They're thinking about like how a sentient black hole or a sentient, like, you know, Big Bang or something, you know, whatever has Stephen Hawking on Discovery Channel has told you a singularity is. That's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about the collapse of space-time itself into an infinitely small point that's somehow sentient. Like, this is not what I meant by it. I just meant singular. And so if we look up singularity, we say here, singularity, most commonly the technological singularity, is a hypothetical future point where artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence. We don't even know what the heck that's such a stupid statement if you actually understand the context of this whole entire I guess process that's going to unfold. But it's not, what does it mean to surpass human intelligence? There's supercomputers that can compute much faster than us. Your phone computes faster than you can. Like, that's why you use your calculator. I don't know what do you mean surpasses human intelligence? People haven't thought about that. This is a statement that without context, which means there's no information there. So, and then what is the concept of singularity? a point where normal rules break down, most famously in physics, as the infinitely dense center of a black hole or the origin of the Big Bang, but also refers to the hypothetical future moment where AI surpasses human intelligence caused by runaway technological growth that's unpredictable and transformative. Einstein was deeply uncomfortable with singularities, points of infinite density and curvature in general relativity, viewing them as a sign that his theory was incomplete. Not a physical theory, not a physical reality. None of this is about how I was using the term. Yes, there's some like things that are relevant to this model. Like this level of technological sentience that eventually, gets stacked on top of the preceding assembly, just like you and are stacked on top of an assembly of cells. But that's not what I meant by singularity, even though it's used in that circumstance for actually, I think it's not a bad use of the term because we're talking about a sentient singularity at this point. But it's not what I mean. I just mean a singular thing. And so if we go definition, it's all those things that I just said. A point in which a function takes an infinite value, especially in space-time, where matter is infinitely dense at the center of a black hole. This statement doesn't even make sense. Do you understand? Density is dependent upon like on context that would allow you to have a comparative perspective. There's no infinitely dense. Okay, density by definition is like a specific. So, yeah, this is a terrible statement. No wonder everybody was confused. I just meant. There's the dictionary. Merriam-Webster. This. A separate unit. Or distinctive instance. And the quality or state of being singular. One thing. Someone is a singularity. You are someone. You are a singularity. That's what I meant. And it confused everybody. And so then I went back and I rewrote that writing, that abstract, which for the paper that I'm slowly working on. But I did make some progress this week, guys. I actually did for the first time in probably a year, like really progress, like serious progress. So that's exciting. But I added this one statement. This one paragraph. Sentience is the nature or state of characterized by the experience of feelings, sensations, emotions, or a sense of self. Singularity is defined as something that is one distinct unit or as something that is especially unique. Sentient singularity theory denotes a singularity as a structure that has the property of intrinsic and indivisible oneness. And then I said, sentient singularity theory can therefore be understood to describe that existence itself is a single, universal, sentient being that is producing an infinitely growing number of additional sentient beings within itself. I added just this, to this. And I sent it to my dad and my friend again. And I was like, can you read it now? And they read it. And I was like, now do you get it? And they were like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I was like, okay, explain it to me. And they were like, yeah, we're inside a sentient being. It's like, yes. And that one word tripped them up. Singularity. And it's because we've given it false context. we've destroyed its context when we have made this term no longer associated with the etymological origins of it. If it's defined by physics professors that can't even define matter, but are somehow, gonna say that, gonna make the claim that there can be something that is infinitely dense, without understanding the context of that would be required to even know what that would mean, or why you would perceive that in a measurement, or predict that in an equation. They have none of that. And why do they get to then decide what a singularity is? They don't even have a definition that's anything other than like a math result. That's like saying singularity is when your calculator gives you an error message. That's what it is. And or it's when your calculator starts making computations all on its own. And that's not like a definition that is helpful or useful to anybody in really, even the people who use it all the time in an academic context. I don't think it's like tricking that. They might think it's useful, but it's not, because it doesn't. Context is information. There's no context there about what they're observing in that infinitely dense matter. It's critical, guys, to make sure that not only do we define our terms to each other when we're going to discuss some of this stuff, but we shouldn't have to do that all the time. It's so exhausting. It's also why I go on so many tangents, and I know it is because I feel like I have to explain what I mean by every single word, every single night that I am on here. And I don't mind, but sometimes I do. And it's not anybody's fault. But it is frustrating. And, I remember, what's his name? Dave Farina, Professor Dave, was just mocking Chris Langan for making up new words to say he made up that's just a made up word. Every word is made. There's no made up words. There's words that have intentionality behind them and some type of logic behind their creation and what they are. And then there's like you thinking that you could make up a word by just saying, I don't know. It's like the 6-7 thing that's going around. And my younger siblings told me about this originally, and now everybody I know who's like a parent is talking about it. It's like 6-7. People say 6-7. I don't know. Young people say this. And I asked my siblings, why? What does it mean? They were like, it literally means nothing. That's the point. And it's just, you say it anytime somebody says 6-7. And then it's just, you highlight the moment, basically. And I was like, yeah, okay, fine. But it has an origin, what did it come from? Where did this meme come from? And they didn't know. I'm sure it has an origin though, because it doesn't arise out of nowhere. You cannot make something that has no connection to anything else. Ever. And so, but what you want though is you want words to where you don't have to know. You don't have to have somebody else tell you what the word means because of their expertise in a very specific field. That means the word is not a good word, or it's not a good definition for the word, whatever they are proposing. You should be able to figure out what singular means by looking at the word. And let's see, if I type singular etymology, etymology. Now let's look. Singularis, singularitas, singularity, and as singleness of aim or purpose. Okay, so like goal, unified by a goal, defined by a goal. That's so fascinating and makes singularity an even. It really shows that I picked the right word. I didn't even look at this before. This is that a sentient singularity is someone. Someone is defined by them having a singular will. That's what it means. I was watching this Sam Harris and like Roger Penrose and some other woman discussing something, a bunch of things right before this stream, or well, not right before, but earlier today, and they were talking about what it means to be someone, and Chris, maybe I'll play a clip, but Sam Harris is talking about how, what is the self, and it's an illusion and all this stuff, and the self is a singularity it's a continuity of feeling and of will, which is desire to do something, whatever it is. It's continuity of will and feeling. That's what someone is, and that's what singularity used to mean, which is exactly what I chose it to be used for, which is amazing. I didn't know this until just now. That is so amazing. It's blowing my mind. But it really shows I picked the right word. And if you don't know the backstory on sentient singularity as the term and the label for this project, I didn't want to give my work its own theory name. I just wanted my models to be able to add context to other people's theories, because there was already so many theories out there, and I didn't want to be like another guy with another theory. But then one day I was like, why are there so many fundamental theories of reality? And a lot of them say, a lot of similar, or affirm, a lot of similar assumptions, or have a lot of similar assumptions built into them. And yet not a single one has ever taken off and been like the one that that sticks. Because why Bernardo Kastrup's analytic idealism over Chris Langan's CTMU? They're like almost the same. And they're very similar to sentient singularity theory as well. So why one of them over the other? And I realized it's because the name needs to be as fundamentally true and as totally true as is possible. And I thought about what is that term? What am I trying to describe? What is the structure / process that I'm trying to describe? The process is, or the nature of it, which is its process, is sentience. What does it do? It feels. It feels. That's what it does. That's its defining attribute in terms of its nature, or its action, or what it does. And then what is its structure? What is defining aspect of its structure? It's singular. It's one thing that feels. It's singularity of feeling. It's continuity of feeling. It's feeling one's self, itself. And then I was like, sentient singularity. And when you look up the etymology of the term singularity, it seems like I use the term perfectly, and I didn't know that this was the etymology. I just knew it meant singular thing, like one thing. Everybody knows that. We don't even think about that anymore. We just take Stephen Hawking's word for it. But if you look up the etymology, this is how you understand the true definition of words, because it's what gives you the context for their construction, not the dictionary definition. Dictionary is for people who don't want to think. They want a quick answer and to pray that it is the right one. People who do want to know what's true look up the etymology of a term, not what is the definition in the dictionary. And the etymology of singularity is Singleness of aim or purpose, devotion to a single thing, a individual or particular thing. Oh my goodness. One distinct unit or something that is especially unique. Guys, I've literally never looked up the etymology before in my life. An individual, one distinct unit that is, particular, which it means especially unique. It means it's this car and not that car, or it's you and not me. It's different. It's distinct and unique. A being alone. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A being alone. Sentient being. From singularis, single, solitary, one by one at a time, peculiar, remarkable. Meaning one to each, individual, separate. Meaning fact of being different from others. Like this, unique. Astrophysics sent a point of space-time where the density of matter or curvature of space-time becomes infinite. Good God. This is a terrible definition of the term singularity. It's like you shouldn't even have a word for what you are perceiving in this circumstance that you are calling a singularity until you understand the context of what is causing that observation or that calculation. You shouldn't even have a term for it. It should be like, there's a funky thing that happens according to our equations at the center of a black hole. Or there's a funky thing that happens, at the initial point of the creation of the universe. It's like it seems to break, all blend together, or it breaks down or something. Like, describe it. Don't define it before you understand it. You can't define something before you understand it. Stupid. It is stupid. I'm not calling people stupid. I'm saying it is stupid. It's not a judgment. It's an observation of a fact. Okay. To the chat. That's amazing, though, guys. That blew my mind. But it also is not surprising at all. That's what I mean by the answers just they just unfold naturally. It's like, what is the term for fundamental theory? What is the name of a fundamental theory? Sentient Singularity Theory. That's what it is. It's years ago I did a stream called Sentient Singularity Theory Wins, something like that. And it wasn't an arrogant, self-promoting statement. It was a statement about the importance of the terms that the labels that we apply to things, because ultimately the name of a theory is what it really is. It's a description. It is the theory itself distilled into the absolute most fundamental and principle and primary assertion that the theory is providing. It's defining assertion distilled into the most coherent description that you could get. That's what the name of the theory of everything, which is really a theory of everyone, fundamentally, and it's emergently ends up being a theory of everything, is. Even the term theory of everything is, I think, is a term that should have never been used by physicists. And you have to know what that even means, which means you have to like have the theory of everyone already to know why it is emergently a theory of everything, but is really fundamentally a theory of everyone. You can't have a real theory of everything, but that even unless it is a theory of those that perceive everything. And experience everything. Like that's what a theory of everything really is. It's a theory of the context of everything, and the context of everything is everyone. That's what it is. I think eternal would be ground zero for any positioning. Love your stuff. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying this. Please hit the like button if you're enjoying this. I don't even know how many people are watching. Let's see. It's not even going to tell me. They changed up YouTube. I told you, as I've been telling you guys, the interface on the back end is very different. Okay, 9. There's 9 people. I appreciate every single one of you. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, as my daughter would say. Okay. Intelligence can be distilled down to awareness, hence why there's different types. I think it's about competence it's about competence in recognizing relevance. And acting within what is relevant to the goal that you hold. But you must be a person, you must be someone to be intelligent. An AI algorithm, which I call it a DNA, a distributed network algorithm. I think that's what I was calling it. I feel maybe it wasn't distributed. It was oh man, that's what happens when you have a toddler. I'm gonna blame every mind blank on having a kid, but it's a distributed network algorithm. That's all it is. These things. So that's why like the term AI is such a bad term, is it doesn't define what intelligence is, and they know it and they say it all the time, and yet now we have to take it as intelligent. And same thing with AI agents and all these terms. It's just intelligence. Only someone can be intelligent. You know how you know? Because your computer doesn't do anything and can't understand anything and can't do anything without you. Like, it's your connection to ChatGPT and your use of ChatGPT that makes that can be intelligent. It's you using ChatGPT. And ChatGPT can expand your intelligence, but it isn't intelligent. It expands your intelligence. And the intelligence of everybody, but it's confusing because of the intelligence of everybody who's constantly interacting with it or engaging with it, is constantly changing it and feeding their intelligence into it, and their will, and it's animating it. And so it appears like it's doing things when you're not there. It's getting better. It's thinking. It's not. If everybody stopped using ChatGPT tomorrow, it would sit there. I have a laptop from 2009 sitting in a cabinet. It's not done anything that I didn't cause ever. It just sits in the cabinet. It's sitting in there for years. Never done anything. That's ChatGPT too. It's just, it takes everybody stopping to stop interacting with it for it to stop moving, instead of just you, which is, a laptop is just one individual person. But yeah, I love your content. I'm a lot wrapped up in Idaho. Cool. I want to go visit Idaho. Funny, isn't that though? I'm going to bed soon. Yeah, me too, probably. I'm usually up pretty late on Thursdays, but sometimes I try and end them by like before midnight now. I don't want to ever do streams past midnight Central Time anymore. Singularity is like an asymptote, and on a graph, right? That's how they think of it in terms of mathematics. Like that's the visualization in a two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional visual representing what they are, what is happening in the math equations. In the computations that are being done by these physicists and mathematicians. When they say it's a singularity, it's basically causing an asymptote. You're right. Or it's causing a collapse, like a complete collapse. It's like a break. But I think it depends on who you ask, because both of those could be called a singularity. And I feel like both of them probably are. But yeah, an asymptote where it's like on a graph where all of a sudden a line goes up and it never stops getting closer to, the other side of the graph, but it also never touches it. It's like this infinite, yet finite growth. It's really weird because it never will go past a certain point, but it will never stop. And the reality of this is that this doesn't exist in what should be called reality, if anything should be called reality. It exists as a concept, but it doesn't exist in reality. When we talk about, like, even in space, if you're like, I'm going to get my hands close halfway to get closer together every single time that I get them closer together. So I'm here, and now they're half. And now it's half and 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 half. We'll just do this forever. And I'll never stop moving my hands closer to each other, but they will never actually touch. What you are causing, like this weird singularity to be happening, singularity, but I don't think that we should call it a singularity. That's a terrible term for it. And it's also not real. Like, yes, you can say, no, physically it's moving closer and closer together nonstop, but it just never touches. How can it not be any more real than that? It's like, because goals are really what determines whether or not you are making an observation of change. And something that's definable, and that's your goal in this circumstance is just to get your fingers as close together, ever closer together without actually touching. And it's like, you are doing that. You are accomplishing it. It's not like you're doing something impossible, but it's also, you're doing something that, that is a matter of perception, not a matter of action, really. Like, you are doing the action. It's not like the action is impossible. The action isn't that your hands move towards each other, like it's that your hands move closer together. I know that sounds like that I'm saying the same thing, but I'm not trying to say the same thing. I'm trying to say two similar things, but not the same thing. And I don't know how to do it. Like, your goal isn't to have your hands touch. That's my point. In one circumstance, the other one, your goal is to not ever touch your hand. So yeah, you're like able to accomplish both goals. It's like a mental trick. It's like you're being tricked because you don't understand what is important or in the circumstance, which is the goal. And you say, well, you never actually accomplished touching your hands. It's like, that's not your goal. Like, it's not an impossible situation. It's that your framing of it in your head and how you make sense of it is wrong. You're not making sense of it. That's why it doesn't seem to make sense that you could move closer and closer and closer to something without ever having to touch it. But if you like start really drilling down to it in a physical sense, or in the physically perceivable sense. I don't mean physical. When people assume physical means like concrete reality, it just means like perception of information that is outside you. And if that's the context, if that's what physical means, then yeah, this actually, it's not an impossibility at all. If physicality is what this idea of this fish tank idea where we're just, in a fish tank together, and that's what it is really what exists, is the fish tank is more fundamental than we are, then you're going to be very confused by like even thinking about and even physically observing the attempt to create an asymptote in front of your very eyes, which you can. Eventually, you will stop being able to see, you getting closer and closer and closer together, unless you have like microscopes or something. But then you just increase the zoom, and then you just keep going. But the goal each time that you get closer is to get halfway closer, and you can do it every single time. The goal isn't to touch. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is we're really confused by even this having the labels that they have. An asymptote makes sense. I mean, I like that term probably. See what it means. Asymptote. I mean, it sounds like it has to do with asymmetry. Asymptote. Etymology. Again, we want to understand the word. Let's look at its origin. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Modern Latin asymptota, meaning line not meeting, not falling together, from a not plus sun plus totos, apt to fall. As it heads towards infinity, but never actually touches or crosses. Like an imaginary boundary. Limit, tangent. There is no other word for asymptote. There's no other word for any word. It's just they're similar words, but not synonyms that are the same. Even the term synonym is like, if you look up definition of synonym, let's do this. This is going to be fascinating. Definition, synonym. Fine. Synonym. The definition, according to Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Wait. A word or phrase that means exactly or nearly the same as another word or phrase in the same language, such as shut or close. But here's the thing. This just gave two different definitions, and you can't have two different definitions that are simultaneously used and assumed to be true in a given communication for a single term. You can't. You have to pick one. And so saying it means exactly the same versus nearly the same, which really just means is related or are totally different concepts. They're as different as you could be different. They are just different. Not saying they're opposing, but like if something is exact versus something is, related, that's really what's a better way of putting it is you can't have synonym mean a phrase that means exactly the same as another phrase, and also have it mean a phrase that is related to another phrase. It's like, how does that make sense? If they're related, then they can't be the same because they're constructed, they're codependent contexts. That's what that would mean. So this term is misdefined according to what's here. But if we go etymology, Etymology of a synonym. I bet you this will be way better. I've never looked it up. Let's see. Okay, wait. We want synonym etymology. Having the same sense as another. Directly from the Latin synonym, from Greek synonym, word meaning same sense as another, same feel, kind of. Noun use of neuter of synonyms, having the same name as synonymous. Having the same name as. So that's not the same thing as having the same meaning. I met somebody else named Tyler recently. They were a girl. It's not the same person as me. It's funny, I grew up and there was, in Tucson, there was another Tyler Goldstein that lived somewhere in Tucson. And I never met them. But apparently my parents had met their parents at some point. But it was a girl, and they were, I think, around the same age as me, and we used to get their mail. And I never met them. Some girl named Tyler Goldstein. Same city. Not the same person. Synonymous means like simultaneous. It almost means like simultaneous, like, I think. Not even almost. This is not even the right way to discuss this, but the modern form of the word scarcely makes its appearance, except in dictionaries. Yes, exactly, right there. Opposite of antonym. In Middle English, also as the name of a book. Dialogue between man and reason who describe differently the same situations. Usually in plural form, or if singular, synonyma. The modern form of the word scarcely makes its appearance except in dictionaries till the close of the 18th century. Maybe because it's not necessary in the world. It's just learned in school, which is not real. It's not a true context. Like, there's no true synonym in any language. And if there is, at any point, it like exists in a moment. And I don't even think that it really would exist at all. But I mean, if it could, it would be like one of them would disappear eventually. But I don't think that you could even have a synonym because of etymology. Like, words are constructed out of other words. Synonym has an origin, which is other words that existed prior to that term. And so does the word etymology. And so how do you have a synonym for etymology when the term etymology is built, has its meaning rooted in preceding terminology, like that is used to combine together and construct this word etymology? It doesn't make sense that synonyms would ever exist. Like, it's such an illogical concept, and it's taught to us in school. It's like, you can go find a synonym because you don't want to plagiarize. So say I don't know, synonym instead of same in an essay. It's like, it's such a stupid, it's just such a false environment. It is. I mean, the fact that nobody used the word synonym really, except in books, guys, the fact that I didn't even think about this for a second. What do you want? Where does it come from in school? Does it come from the activities that we do? So we need to know the word synonym because we're doing something that requires us to know, to engage with similar terms even constantly? No, it's because it's in books. That's the context of school, is books. And I'm not against books. I have an entire bookshelf here filled with books on everything from herpetology to zoology to biology. There's a biology textbook from when I was a biology major in school, right here. Biological sciences. That's the Chinese water dragon. Very cool lizard. But, you know, this is about cells and mitosis and everything that you learn in school. This is also the context of concepts like synonym. And that's why it's a concept that we learn in school. But nobody's like, I need a synonym in life outside of school. Outside of you writing an essay. You know, why would you need a synonym? Just say the word that comes to mind. I was speaking to somebody actually earlier this week, and I was just saying that I've been trying to write, and so when I see anybody that can write a lot and is very productive in what they're writing and how much they're writing and the quality of their writing, I'm like impressed by it. And so I was looking for the term impressed, and I was trying to remember it, but I couldn't think of it. And so I was like, I can't think of the term. It's not envy, but I guess just admire, but really what I was trying to say was probably like something admire and impressed but I said it's not envy. It's like that's not a synonym for admire, and being impressed is not a synonym for admire, and it's none of those are synonyms for appreciate. We're not like, there's no need to look up a synonym. It's just you're just trying to say the word that you mean in real life. It's just when you're writing essays and you need like to change it up because your teacher told you to. Don't use the same word over and over and over again. Why? What a terrible thing to say to somebody. How about use the words that best convey what you're trying to communicate. How about that? Not switch it up. Ridiculous. That is what my dad said. Most important decision. Yes, it is. Suffer from a depression. Exactly. I suffer from depression. Here's what I'll say about depression. And I am somebody who has suffered from depression at certain moments of my life in the past. And I haven't had depression in a very, very, very long time. Probably not since maybe like early college or high school. Probably not since then. Depression is caused by an existential crisis. It is caused by a lack of understanding the true context of yourself and of the people around you. That's what it causes it. It's caused by feeling meaningless. Like your life has no meaning. Getting up in the morning there's no reason for it. There's no meaning to it. There's no meaning in trying. There's no meaning in anything. Even enjoying oneself and just seeking pleasure doesn't seem like it's not. It doesn't ease it. It doesn't. That's why people who do heroin and have tons of money and sleep with a different prostitute every night, they are experiencing an incredible amount of physical pleasure, and that is, they're still left feeling empty, and it's a lack of the understanding and perception of your own meaning. And on the understanding of what meaning even is. And sentient singularity theory, though, and this was not the goal of sentient singularity theory, but it is an intrinsic and emergent and obvious application, is in its probably ability to understand, to give us the context necessary to understand depression, and also to end it. You can't end depression. You end depression by pursuing and engaging in relationships that you feel like will have an impact on others that transcends your own life on Earth, basically. You want to maximize your impact on other people. And that's the purpose of the creation of multiplicity by God himself. It's at least part of it, probably the primary purpose. He was meaningless. God was meaningless. None of us are ever meaningless because there's always someone else that we impact. Even in coming, when we just are born into the world, we make God more meaningful because he's impacted us. We might not know it, but he knows it. And it makes him feel meaningful that you're there, because of him. And you impact your parents' lives when you come into the world permanently. And when you hit a certain age where you are, trying, especially a certain age, which is usually like when puberty starts, we start needing to expand our impact on the world and feeling that impact, or perceiving that impact. And if you don't know what it means to have meaningful impact, because you don't know the fundamental context of existence is someone's, it's sentient beings, then you don't know what to do. You're like, I want to make the world a better place. No. That's the wrong way to even word it. You want to make the lives of other people better forever, even when you're gone. You want that impact that you have to continue. You want to expect that and feel that and see that. And if you don't have engaged in relationships and that allow for that to be perceived, you can feel like there's no point to you being here. But the thing is that if you understand sentient singularity theory, then you know that every single person, every someone that was partitioned from God's singular totality of existence must have been a choice by him. It's not something that just happens. It's something he chooses every single time, makes the choice to take a little bit of himself and his energy, his will, and partition it off and give it away to someone new and create someone new to give it to simultaneously within himself. Because just like fish if they go upstream, they have to swim against the current. Like no fish flows downstream or drifts downstream. They swim upstream. God's nature is one. It's oneness because he is existence itself. By definition, there's only one. That means his nature is intrinsically one and singular. That means that any action that changes this must be intentional. This, I don't know. Flashlight does not turn on unless I turn it on. And that same thing is true with beings. So if we're here, it's because God knows that it's meaningful to him, at least for us to be here. As soon as we're here, we give God meaning, more meaning. God's the only one, ironically, who has ever been meaningless. We can feel meaningless, and that's what gives us depression, but we're never meaningless. God is the only one who has ever been meaningless. I wonder if what he must have felt like in that moment, awareness of his own absolute meaninglessness. And not only meaninglessness, he can't even end himself if he tried. He couldn't even end himself if he tried. His existence is eternal, it's ever present, and it's unending, it's unendable. And he was completely alone prior to creating multiplicity, which means he was completely meaningless, like truly meaningless. There's no completely versus incompletely meaningless. There's just, are you meaningless or not? And we can't be. We have intrinsic meaning because we give him meaning by our own creation. And we also have endless opportunities to pursue maximizing your meaning even more in the world when you interact with others by getting married. One, that's a permanent impact on someone's life. You know, if you need existential solutions for existential problems, you need and remember, sadness is circumstantial. It's momentary. Depression is not circumstantial. It's not momentary. It's super circumstantial, and ever present, because it's you and your lack of understanding of what is the true context of your creation and your meaning that is causing you to feel depressed. It's sadness that follows you everywhere. It's you looking at anything and being like, yeah, but what's the point? Yeah, that food tastes good, but what's the point? Yes, sex feels good, but what's the point? Yeah, my friend is funny, but what's the point? That person needs help, but what's the point? You know, I've made a lot of money, but what's the point? That's depression. That's depression. It's different than sadness, and it cannot be cured by a pill. And I say that as somebody who was depressed, and my parents put me on antidepressants. And I will say that the next day I woke up and I fought them on it. This was in high school. This was in my sophomore year of high school. All my friends moved away, and I got depressed. And I just, you know, when you're young, like adolescent, you like social life is your world, which is evolutionarily like makes sense. But, and it can lead to like chemical imbalances and things like that. You stop going outside, that messes with your chemical imbalance, your hormones and all kinds of things, make you feel even worse. And I will say, after I took that antidepressant, I woke up the next morning and I was like, it was like the clouds had cleared. But the thing is that it didn't last long. And eventually I remember I went up to my dad and I was like, there's something really wrong. Because I had basically come across, like, my friends and I had found my favorite animal, and my brother and I had found my favorite animal like earlier that night. It was a Gila monster, and in the wild, and which is one of my favorite animals. And I grew up in Tucson. It's a venomous lizard that like we used to find them in our backyard and stuff, and they're really neat. And if you're passionate about that stuff, like that's something that would have got me jacked up like normally. And instead, I was like, I like Gila monsters, but what's the point? Again, even while I was on the medication, like probably, I don't know, a couple months later after going on it, I went up to my dad and I was like, there's something wrong with me. This has not helped. I don't feel anything anymore. I don't feel sad as much because my social situation had actually changed a little bit, but I don't feel much of anything. And that was when I realized that those drugs, they numb your emotions. And that's not a good thing always, because your emotions are how you actually perceive, that they're the most true of your perceptions. That doesn't mean that, how you feel about something makes your understanding of it true. It is your truest it's the truest impact that you understand on yourself. And that's how it's supposed to be. That's not like it's not something you should avoid. It just means like, admit and acknowledge how you feel about something, think about why, and you might feel that way. But that doesn't mean that you're justified in your in what you would want because of your feelings. It just means like your feelings are your feelings. You can't control them. But I went off the antidepressants, and I've never been back on them. But I did experience a little bit of depression in college after a breakup, and then I changed my social situation and set goals for myself that mattered to me, and that made me see the impact, like have an actual impact on other people around me. And it actually cured my depression at the time. But just know, like, if you're here, it's because the wisest, most powerful, and smartest being to ever exist intentionally and specifically chose to make you. That is a fact. It's a logical inevitability. And that means that you're here for a reason, and that you give him meaning in even your existence. You give the most powerful being in the world to ever exist, which, is existence itself, meaning. He can't even he can't live a meaningful life or be meaningful without you. He can't have any meaning. Like that's like amazing. Like who do you need to impact more important than that? But at the same time, I understand life is an embodied process as well, and so you want to perceive change. You make your existence, the change that your existence has on others around you. Not, you don't say the world, because what is the world? But on others around you. And we lost that. Everybody I'm a millennial. Like, our generation saw Mark Zuckerberg and the founders of Google and all these young entrepreneurs change the world and connect everybody in a way that was unprecedented. And we were like, I want to be like him. Like, he's had an impact on the world. He created Google, and everybody uses Google, and Google's going to cure cancer one day. And people thought this. They make inspirational zeitgeist videos every year that make us feel good. And I used to watch them on repeat. I fell for it. But it's not even falling for it. It's just, it's just reflective. I don't know if you've ever watched those, but look up Google zeitgeist videos. I haven't watched one in many years, but they make one every year. And it is kind of interesting. It's usually about, like, the events that have happened and that drove the searches that they see. And but, like, we said, I want to impact the world. And it's like, what does that even mean? People used to be content with getting married and having children, as many children as possible, and getting married as quickly as possible, and sticking with that person, even when life sucks. And it's not fun. Things are very unpleasant. They stuck with that person because it maximized their meaning. And now you can create the biggest company in the world and be the richest person in the world and make something that everyone uses and everyone knows and die depressed, because that's not what is actual meaning, like an impact on the world. It's not. It's an impact on other someones that matters. And you maximizing your impact on other someones in a transcendent way is how you cure depression, because it's it's like I said, it's an depression is not sadness that's circumstantial. It's it's existential. You need an existential solution to an existential problem, which means you need to know the existential context. Um, you know, if that would allow you to pursue an existential solution. That's what you need. And you would realize like getting married, having kids will solve that. That doesn't mean you won't have hard times and be depressed even. It just means like if you're depressed, you're not focusing on the right things. And you're not pursuing the right things anymore. You can have kids and be married and be depressed, but like pursuing those things and being focused on them as goals will cure your depression. It's just if you've achieved those goals and you've stopped trying to continue to have an impact anymore, and you're not really focused on the impact that you've already had, and you don't value it because you're jaded, then yeah, you can become depressed again. But all you need to do is think about the impact that you've had and really feel it, and then you will not be depressed anymore. But we are an eternal dreamer. We're infinite dreamers that are dreaming finite dreams. That's what I'll say. Not to quote our weapons quote almost. That's my synonym of your quote, our weapon. Instead of eternal, I'm saying infinite. We're infinite dreamers, dreaming finite dreams. It's like that is a tough thing because we exist in this finite context in the physical. But which is in this state where everything's in a constant state of change. And so you need to maintain a constant state of change in order to feel like you are constantly having an impact. But true fundamental impact is not constant. It's not about being constant. It's about changing the ever present for everyone, for others. So it's weird because it's like the afterlife is thought of as continuous, but it's also a state of unchangingness. It's the save state where things are fixed, like when you close a file on your computer versus when you're writing in it, like a Word file or something. It continues to exist when you close it, but it's not continuing. It's not acting. It is existing, or it exists, but it's not acting anymore. But I hope that makes some sense. I'm not downplaying depression. Depression is one of the biggest problems in our society today, and I've experienced it before. And I do feel in some moments, I'm like, gosh, I just feel like stuck, but I don't feel like depressed anymore. I don't feel like there's no purpose to being here. I just sometimes feel frustrated that the pursuit of some of my goals seems fruitless. That's different than your existence being useless. It's such a simple thing, depression. It's not a chemical imbalance either. It can cause chemical imbalances because it changes your behavior. And that causes chemical imbalances. We've got, like, if you have the right metaphysical context, you can understand some things much more simply and intuitively. And that's not an arrogant statement. It's just, it is logically inevitable for anything. If you have the right information going into it and you're coming at it from the right perspective, you'll get it. Zeno's paradox. I go to etymology site regularly to find out what words really mean good. That's the real dictionary, is the origin. Singularity means what is, it conveys the meaning that was attached to the terms that were used to construct the term. Let's look up quantum. That's a good one. Quantum. Everybody says, don't say quantum. It means a very specific thing in a physics context. No, these terms have been hijacked by people who his entire life has been in school. Like all of their accomplishments have been academic. Not all of them, but a lot of them, the ones that they probably really value, or at least in this circumstance of the communication that these topics are coming up in, they are leaning on and standing on academic accomplishments, and academic accomplishments are not real. They're not. I'm not saying that they don't matter to you, but that like the accomplishment isn't what matters. It's like in those things, it is the journey, not the destination. Whereas in life, it's actually like the destination, real life. It's like, did you do it? So quantum etymology. Etymology. Quantum. So let's look up here, quantum etymology and quantum definition. We'll see just how different they are. So, quantum definition. Discrete quantities of energy proportional in magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. A required or allowed amount, especially an amount of money. This is much closer, I'm sure, to the etymological definition than this. But this is the one that we say is now the real definition that matters the most because, physicists are the smartest, or whatever the narrative is. Etymology comes from the Latin meaning how much, how great, or a certain amount. This is not great, but this is better. How much, a certain amount. Sharing roots with words like quantity, quantify. In physics, it signifies the smallest discrete unit of energy or action. Or action. What does that? They don't even know what that is, guys. They don't. There's a funny video that that Clee Irwin made, who runs the Quantum Gravity Research Foundation, and he's got a theory of everything, a more fundamental, theory proposal for physics called emergence theory, I think, and which is, what is it emerging from? The fact that you can ask that, and that it seems to be a requirement that you answer that question, or that it seems like there would be an answer to that question, implies that that term is not a term that is good for a fundamental theory. It doesn't mean it's not good for his theory. It just means that his theory, if that is a good term for it, is not as fundamental as it could be. Like Sentient Singularity Theory, I've never heard a term more fundamental than that. And that's not because I'm so brilliant. It's because that was actually my goal in its creation. That wasn't the goal of basically anyone else's. And not entirely, not etymologically, it was dictionary definitionally, that's how a lot of these people came up with their terms, because all of these terms rely on a dictionary definition in physics. A lot of them, like quantum. And people will literally mock you for saying quantum if you don't, use it to mean this physics definition, this physics definition. There's no two definitions for words in the same language. Quantum either means this universal concept of distinct structure of self-contained bit, or it means the smallest unit of energy or action in the context of the standard model or something like that. Like it can't mean both. We screwed up. Now we can't even use the word quantum for what it actually was created for. And guess what? It was created for a reason, because it actually needed to have it. We needed that term. Needed it. So when Dave Farina is making fun of Chris Langan for taking two words that already exist and combining them and making a new word, building a new word that actually was etymologically constructed, if that's, hopefully I'm pronouncing this correctly, which is the way that all true words were created, versus what happened in academia in the 20th century, where they were just like, yeah, that word quantum, we know what it means, we know why it was created, because we know the etymology of it, we're changing it, now it means this. We are about to do that. We are not about to do that. We are doing that because of AI. And it is technological innovation or revolutions that kind of have caused this, at least these last two times, that are kind of touching the metaphysical, which would be quantum physics and even general relativity, and also intelligence or computation, information, which is AI. So now they're saying AI agents. It's like, what? It's not an AI. It's just a program that's lots of people are interacting with at the same time, and it's updating constantly because of that. And it's able to be multimodal. So now, because of that, it can do more, I don't want to say complex, but more, it can do processes, it can automate processes for you that have more steps than before. And not just more steps, but steps in different, in different, that require like the use of different tools, I guess, or mediums. So like if you're like, make a thumbnail for this and write, or make a YouTube video, and it's like, it's now going to make a YouTube thumbnail, and it's going to make a video, and it's going to automatically develop the hashtags for you, and it's going to, spit out a script, and all of these things all at once, and then it's going to automate the assigning of a posting time and date, and then it's going to do it. And it's like, that's not intelligent necessarily. Like, it's not even complicated. It's just a bunch of very simple actions, but some of them you have to do over here with images, and some of them you have to do over here with words, and some of them you have to do over here in the, when it comes to timing and analytics and everything. If you want to post at like the peak time, then everybody posts at the exact same time. And then there's me, who's starts at 9:30 at night on Thursday, live streaming for multiple hours. It's like, if you end up posting at like the peak time because of the algorithm, and you make scripts based on topics that are trending, and you make a thumbnail according to what gets clicks. It's like, what is even the goal at this point? There's nothing. It's just an automated process. You've turned into a machine. It's just we're losing the understanding of these terms. Intelligence, agent. It's not agent. Agent means having agency, and only an agent has agency. ChatGPT doesn't have agency. ChatGPT agent doesn't have agency. It has no more agency than this pocket knife. None. And that's not to diminish its tool. Like, this pocket knife is an incredible tool. A Leatherman is an incredible tool. Like, it's to say this is just a tool is not to diminish it. It's to define it. People will be like, oh, those people are just naysayers. It's just a tool. It's just a tool, but it's also a very powerful tool. I can do countless things with this. I have saved the day countless times. You can do that with ChatGPT and with Midjourney and with Grok and all these other, Sora and all these very powerful tools. But to call them an agent instead of coming up with a new word is wrong. And the reason why we didn't come up with a new word in the 20th century for quantum, we just changed the definition of quantum, and we didn't come up with a new word for what we are trying to talk about, communicate when people say singularity of space-time or something. They just changed the definition of singularity, is because it was an academic context. It's not real. And I'm not saying that your equations can't have an impact when applied, but like, it's their application that's the real world. It's the engineering. It's not the academic context that has the impact on the real world. And the same exact thing is true in marketing. It is. Marketing is not the real world until it actually causes people to change what they're doing. It's just, otherwise it's just words on a page or on a screen or something. It doesn't have an impact. That's the context that ChatGPT agent is being created in, and deep learning algorithms. It's like, no, if you were just building a tool to accomplish something specific, you would just call it like whatever you would create a term that had a much more purpose-driven etymology to it. It's like, when people used to say there'd be flying cars, and it's like, no, we just call them aeroplanes. It's like there'd be, flying carpets and magic donkeys and stuff. And it's like, no, we call them automobiles, automatic mobiles, I don't even know where the term car came from. Car. Etymology. But you know exactly what an automobile is when you read the term, because it means what it's meant to mean. But if you say, if you changed it to mean now automobile actually means a rock. And it's like, now what? Like, not only do we have the wrong word for rock, which means we're not looking for the right word, and but we've lost the ability to use a word that we created because we needed to use it. And this is exactly what's happening with the word singularity and quantum in physics. Anybody who's like, oh, quantum means something very specific in physics doesn't get that that's the problem. It's a big problem. The Eternal Dreamer quote is from Neville Goddard, who's brilliant. I've heard of him before. He is brilliant because that's a brilliant quote. But I would say it's more accurate to say each of us is a. I mean, I don't even know what's more accurate, but they're both kind of true. I don't know if I have time to get into it because we got to end it before midnight. Howdy, y'all. What's up? We talking about Substack, Medium, YouTube, and Substack. Subscribe to my Substack. I'm gonna start being better about posting it on it, hopefully. But I like I said, I made progress on the paper this week actually for the first time in like a year. So, but subscribe to Kurtshine Mungel's Substack. His Substack is amazing. He just put out like he was the person who I was talking to about like just trying to find the right word to convey what I meant about like how his ability to just write so much is so impressive. Same thing with Stephen Wolfram. He's another person who's like this. And even though I think Stephen Wolfram has, is wrong about something very specific and fundamental, like where we differ is I mean, it's massive. Even though it's one, small difference makes all the difference. But in terms of our interpretations of some structures that he has described in his work, and or mapped. But the thing is his ability to generate paper after paper after paper and model after model after model and insight after insight after insight is incredible to me, especially for somebody who's got the fundamental wrong, the most fundamental things wrong, which means there's going to be a limit to how long that can go on for him. But it's still very impressive. Like the amount of output that he has is just so impressive. And maybe it's just like not being able to see my own self, but the applications of sentient singularity theory are endless, but it is not something that is necessarily I have to just constantly be trying to like add to and figure out. It's like I understand the core assertion of it and assertions of it and why they are what they are, and I've models that don't need tweaking. The four primary perspectives of sentient singularity theory of inside, outside, separate, and oneness do not need to be added to. They can be added on, but they don't need to be added to. Eventually you have to assume that you can get a right answer, or that we have the right word. And the only way to know that is by having, an awareness of goals that are real. But endlessly generating papers is not necessary. Like if the Wolfram Physics project never ends I don't want to say never ends, but never gets to being able to say, this is the fundamental, universal, primary context of everything. This is its structure. This is its nature. That existent primary, that fundamental structure / process that is existence. This is what it is. This is why it is. Then it is like, it's kind of it becomes less impressive that like you generated like so many models and papers and things about it, and you didn't figure it out. Which is the goal. Like that's the goal of the project, is to figure out fundamental reality. But, it's not something that is never ending. It's applying that, what that would imply, what that answer implies in certain in all these other situations of life and in various problems and whatever it may be, that is never ending. But figuring it out, like the truth, the answer, as what's it called? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, um, wants the, mentions, that's when you can achieve that actually in very quickly. If you ask the right questions, it's like almost instantaneous. The very first, once I had this epiphany that allowed me to like predict like why you couldn't go faster than the speed of light. And, basically we're inside of a computational structure, which is just a structure that conserves information, that contains information and is changing information. And that means that there's like a finiteness there's a limit to what can be done at a time, the information that can be changed at a given time, because otherwise, if you could change all the information, you'd lose all the information because you'd lose the context of all the information. So this causes a constraint. And I had that epiphany, and then I had this like a few other epiphanies, and I remember I walked downstairs, and this was like in the span of like a week of just starting to really think about this from the right point of view. And I went downstairs and I sat down, and I looked at a friend of mine, and he was smoking weed, and I might have even been as well. And this was over 10 years ago. I used to smoke a lot in college, but this was right, fairly soon after college. And I looked at him and I was like, dude, you're not going to believe me. And I know this is going to sound crazy, and I know you're not going to believe me. I don't expect you to believe me. I'm telling you for the sake of me, because I just feel like I have to tell someone. But I'm pretty sure that I have kind of figured out the theory of everything. And he was like, I don't even know what he said, actually. Like, to be honest, I don't even remember. I just, know that he didn't believe it. And that's fine. I didn't expect him to. It would make no sense for him to believe that. Would you believe that if somebody... You shouldn't... Like, that's just not something that I would believe if anybody told me. Outright. It doesn't mean that you can't show it and show why it was actually not so difficult and things like that. And then eventually then it's like, okay, yeah, you did it. But it was like a few days of thinking about this. It was that to get to a point where like I could deduce the models from there. And I don't know what other models there really are for me to work on. I don't work on that many models anymore. I do apply my models to other things, but I don't like feel like there's any other core models to sentient singularity theory. Because I don't have any other questions anymore about it that aren't specific. Like there might be more models that could be made about like specific processes, but they wouldn't be sentient singularity theory anymore. They'd be a little bit less fundamental. Questions are supposed to have answers. Goals are supposed to be achieved. And if you don't have that be the case, then yeah, you're going to then what's the point? That's going to make you feel kind of depressed. What's the point? But let's see here. The information would not be coherent. Let me ask you a question. Into many pieces can one be divided into? How many pieces can one be divided into? Infinite amount of pieces. And one. Infinite and one. But yeah, that's the answer. It's not a complicated answer. It's a super simple answer. You can divide any single thing, any single one into an infinite amount. When you divide by infinity, the answer is infinity. 1 divided by infinity is infinity. Infinity is not a single term. It's actually an action. It's the continuous quantification of of information. It is the continuous division of one in a super true, like, super literal sense. That's what it is. In a super literal sense. That's what it is. And that's what's happening. That's what God is doing. He's partitioning himself infinitely within him, his will infinitely into himself, basically. So it's just creating infinite singular bits of and distinct bits of will, little capsules of will, knots of will. That's what he's doing. It's like when zero, I bet you, is didn't probably have the same meaning always as we give to it now. It it was really being used in academia, like, alone. Zero was probably not thought of the same way. Like this number line idea is so confusing, where you've got positive numbers and negative numbers, and in the center you have zero. It's like, okay, well, that means that when you add all positive numbers and all negative numbers together, which are both growing infinitely, so you add two infinities together, you get one infinity. So now zero is equal to infinity, right? No, zero is equal, it's an empty set. That's what it is. It's like, okay. So what is it? Is zero the space on a number line, or that goes both directions? Or is it an empty set? A symbol to represent an empty set? Or is it a placeholder? Like, it can't be all of these things at once. That's why it doesn't, it makes perfect logical sense if you are thinking about things within the context, the academic context of a number line that is not real, and all of a sudden you're like, yeah, actually, like, the math seems to suggest that zero is equal to infinity, and then mathematicians are like, that's some new age nonsense. It's like, no, I just use your math, actually. Zero is equal to infinity. Add all positive numbers together. What do you get? Infinity. Add all possible negative numbers together. What do you get? Infinity. You add infinity plus infinity. What do you get? Zero. Infinity. And but the thing is that that's an academic disconnected context where we change the definition of a symbol, which is what a word is. Nope. You should have made a new term, like, or a new symbol, like, not used one that already existed. I don't understand why. Here's the reason why they don't make new ones in academia. And then when you have people like Dave Farina, who is just like, his entire identity is wrapped up in his ability to help people pass their tests. He literally says that all the time. He's like, I don't watch him all the time, but whenever I watch him and he's criticizing somebody and calling them useless, and he's like, I have created so many videos that have helped people get into their majors, get into their master's programs, pass their tests, complete their homework. It's like, what does that do exactly outside of its own context? Have you helped people figure out how to change a tire, and so that they could actually, like, solve a real problem that they actually had in a real circumstance? Or did you help them check a box that was created artificially? Like, that's not doing. Physics is not something that is done in a classroom. It can be discussed in a classroom, but it can't be done in a classroom. It's done in a lab, or it's done in a garage where somebody's doing some amateur engineering, or it's done in a factory where people are doing engineering with more of a bigger budget. Like, that's where physics is done. And that's where quantities exist. There is no, like, if you're going to use zero to be useful in the real world, it cannot mean the number between 1 and -1. There's no such thing as -1. Ever. You never need to add a -1 when you're using math in the real world. You just subtract 1. You don't add a -1. You subtract 1. This is what I mean. Like, if you divorce information from context, you destroy the information. That means it's useless now. And it kind of creates its own self-contained bubble. It's useful within the context that it's left in, but but it's still cut off, from the real world, or from the rest of the world at that point. I don't want to say the real world, but from the rest of the world. Synonym. I'm not surprised at all that was barely ever used outside of. It just occurred in books until the 1800s. That's when people started going to like schools like this, like with the modern model. It wasn't like, I'm going to become a blacksmith. Max Planck used quantum to describe discrete energy levels in his work. Maybe he just was saying there's like quanta of an observable there. There's like a single action that we're observing, or a single thing that we can measure. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what they're saying that it is. But the thing is that doesn't mean that that's what it means. It's what he's just saying that it was. He's placing boundaries on what he's observing and what he is measuring, not defining it. Like, he's not explaining it. It's really, really wild when you think about it more. What happened is that he just didn't come up with a word to describe the process that he was observing. Why? Because he didn't have the fundamental context to understand what was actually could be happening in that there, probably, because you need a sentient singularity theory to do that, and you need a theistic metaphysical framework that's fundamentally true, at least, and to be able to even begin to think about, like, truly think coherently about what would cause the observation of an electron, why it would have the properties that it appears to have when we try and measure it and observe it. Why can we not measure the position or the velocity of a particle at the same time? Because position implies staticness. It's there now, which means it's not moving. The constraints of focus of your own mind are completely framing, obviously, of the information that you are able to perceive. And with the more abstract concepts that you're not even abstract, but yeah, I guess I'll just use the word abstract for now, but that where you're trying to think about something that you haven't observed yet, where you're using your imagination, you're trying to think of possibilities. You need a complex language, but you need a complex language that is coherent and constructive, etymologically constructive, not specifically defined. It is intrinsically specifically defined if it's etymologically constructed. You don't need a dictionary. You really don't. Like, almost never. There may be some times, like, if you don't, like malady. Somebody said malady today, and I was like, a malady? And I was like, I've never heard that before, but I didn't need to look it up I relied on the context in which it was used and also thinking about it. And etymologically, it makes sense. It was somebody very old who used the term, and it's just not a common term. Malody. Mal means bad. And sick. Yes. A malady. M-A-L-A. Hold on. M-A-L-A-D-Y. A formal term for a disease or ailment. Let's look up the etymology. Etymology. Malady or malad, meaning sick or ill. Says mal, meaning ill, something bad, something wrong. And plus habitus, 80, I think, meaning like have a condition, a had condition. Exactly. A bad condition that you have. I have a malady. It's like you don't need a dictionary definition. You don't need a dictionary to figure out what that means. If you know what mal means and you know what like 80 means as a, it's like suffix. 80 suffix. Let's see. Meaning already. 80, I think. So something had. Trying to think of a. I don't know if suffix is the right. I might have misused the term suffix, meaning a disease or illness, a serious disorder of the body or mind. Originating from the Latin mal, meaning badly, and habitus, meaning condition that is held. This often implies a long-standing, deep-seated ailment, like a wholesome condition. Like impacting of your being. Like badly. Like add like that Lee at the end. How'd it go? It went badly. What is another example of that? Went gladly, meaning like happily, having the condition of happiness. I'll do it gladly. I am doing it with the, condition of being glad. That's fascinating. Like that's awesome. Like language is, English class was the first class I ever failed and the class I failed the most throughout my life. And I was in class I was most bored in. Now I'm like, language is amazing. It is amazing. There's the words that we create, it seems like the words that we use are like inevitable. Like you have to deduce the right word, or construct the proper word, which is really deducing the proper word, not choose it. Then you can't. It would lose it would have no meaning. But yeah, I mean, it seems like literally Planck and the rest of and Einstein and all these people who did physics in the 20th century, they reached the limit of their understanding on the phenomenon that they observed, and they are saying, though, that these are distinct things that we're seeing, that, or instances that we can measure, and they are quantifiable and seem to be singular. And we were like, singularity, the center of a black hole. It's like, no, it's just they were probably not using it like that at all. I mean, they that was a description, not a definition, not a label. At least to start. And I know that they never made it further than that, because then they would have sentient singularity theory. It's like, why do we see an electron? What is it? It's people say like it's a particle, or is it a wave? And it's like let's think about like the context that would cause us to observe the observations that we see, and stop trying to decide whether or not it's a wave or a particle. How about we just think about like what is causing the world to look like that when we do this, and what versus when we do that. Then you can start getting somewhere. But you need to know, like, okay, what is the greater context that we should expect to be happening that we exist in. They didn't have that. They didn't have that. Like I said, it's like when they say string theory proposes that matter is really a bunch of vibrating strings. Strings of what? And what is making them vibrate? Don't you dare tell me string theory is the penultimate, like, capstone of human understanding. If you're not even going to try and answer the question, strings of what? And why are they vibrating? Like, why are we seeing that? Why would they vibrate? It's just so wild that that's not even thought of as like something that we should do. Let's try and figure that out. So what happens when you take people out of the real world and you put them in an environment that doesn't allow them to learn how to think, but then tells them that they're really good thinkers? It's a metaphor for the monad. Where's your paper? I would like to read it. I have my own theory. I call it bipolar dipole toroidal fractal verse. Okay. Well, I have a Discord. I'm going to be doing once a month live calls on there. Anybody who wants to speak with me about anything, if you want to join my Discord, send me a private message on Instagram. And there's a great community. I'm happy to hear about it. My paper, you can read the abstract. That's pretty much close to the current abstract of the paper. You can't read the rest of it yet, but and that's on my website, sentientsingularity.com. Click on writings, and it's right there. That was the Sam Harris thing I was watching earlier. Sentient Singularity, go to writings. You can read it right here. And this is a poetic description of existence. This is technical. So there's also tons of models that you can look at. The more relevant and updated ones are towards the top. The kind of just me messing around, like seeing how things line up, stuff is usually towards the bottom, that are also older. There's videos, Theories of Everything, the how-to guide. This was the video that was one of the prize-winning videos on the Theories of Everything YouTube channel. And this is just more videos that I thought were important. This is the first presentation of my work ever, before it was even called Sentient Singularity Theory. So you will not hear me in this video say Sentient Singularity one time. This is really old. Bible, you have the story of the Tower of Babel. And in the story, the humans are building a tower to the heavens, and God sees this, and he separates their languages and makes it so that it's difficult for them to understand each other. And people take this to mean Spanish versus Hebrew versus English versus German versus French. This is maybe part of the meaning, but it's not actually the meaning. The true meaning of Babylon, at least in the context of this story, is the different fields of study in science. Each one has its own terms, and we have created a system of hyperspecialization. And in this system of hyperspecialization, we don't have that much instances of people being taken seriously across fields. And this means that nobody really gets to show you the truth. But we are leaving Babylon behind, people. We're leaving Babylon behind. And the way that we do this is through my model of this. Fitting clip to show, very old, but still true. There, like, I can tell those models are like a little bit older, but there's a couple terms in there that I changed over the years, but most of it's the same. And this is exactly what we talked about tonight. And you can't have terms, the same words mean different things in different fields in the same language. You can't. And if you do, it means someone screwed up and a lot of people didn't realize it for a long time. That's what it means. And we had this happen with terms like singularity and quantum, and it literally it's used as a gatekeeping exercise by people who have academic credentials in physics, which most physicists don't really study new physics. Like they anything that's new that they try and do is not actually physics. You can study physics that's already been figured out, and they do that too. But like string theory is not the study of physics. It's not. Strings of what? And why are they vibrating? You don't tell me that? Then what are you even doing? So, but this is the problem. This is Babylon that we're in. And we are about to do this with the most important component of our being, the terms that help us understand the most important component of our being. And you know what? I'm just realized something that's amazing. And it's another reason why Sentient Singularity Theory is actually the right name for the fundamental theory. It's another confirmation or evidence to that being the case. It seems like there's really two instances in which this has happened in humanity. One of them is the quantum revolution and general relativity, just the physics of the 20th century. That this happened. The term singularity was changed in definition, and so was quantum. This is the structure of fundamental existence. It's oneness, singularness. It's quantitative ness. It's a quanta. It's quantum. You know, it's one. That's what that means. Quantum means quantity. To quantify something is to have it be, countable, which means it has to be, distinct, and it has to be structures that have a distinctiveness, which means like they have oneness. That's what that means. It has oneness. And we confuse that. We're about to do that with the second part of Sentient Singularity Theory term, which is the sentience part of that. We've started and it's because of these AI, marketing race, which is not going to go very well. And it's created a false context. The false context here is marketing. It's not academia. It's not the classroom like it was for the physics of the 20th century. It's the false context, or the disconnected context, is marketing. And I say that as somebody whose job it is to be a marketer. That is my job. Like, that is my profession, actually, if you want to know. I work in marketing. I've worked in all kinds of things, but marketing is like usually the term for my marketing manager, marketing director. Things like that that's like usually my titles at the companies that I've worked for. So I know. And ChatGPT agent is not a real context. It's like Gatorade. It's like, why is it called Gatorade? Is it because it's made of gator blood and it aids you? No, that's lemonade. Lemonade is lemons, and it gives you electrolytes and hydration. Gatorade is something to do with the sports team when it was founded. I forgot the story. That was the Gators. It's not real. It has nothing to do with the actual product or the actual item that's being described. It's a marketing term, like AI agent. It's not good. But that is the sentient thing. It's like we're about to lose the definition of agency. Meaning, like, that's sentient beings. Like, we are about to lose that definition. What happens when you don't have a definition for the only thing that matters? Someone's. How are you going to treat, what kind of culture is that going to lead to of how we treat people, other people, how we treat ourselves, what our goals are? It's going to be awful. It's going to be awful. We will get past it. So no despair, because God's will be done 100%. There's no way that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. But wisdom is something that only comes through experience, and we are about to experience it. But experience it when we don't even have a definition of we anymore. And that's going to really lead to an existential crisis for a lot of people. It's part of why we are having a population collapse across the world. It's not, or about to. I mean, it's huge, this stuff. So going back to my goals of Sentient Singularity Theory when I started, it was just to understand mind, and I was also simultaneously thinking about whether or not, where did our universe come from? What's sustaining it? What's it built on? That's it. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have the ability to have an enormous change in the world. And when I say in the world, I mean on individuals, like who really understand it, and who like see it, like know it. That's there's a word that I'm searching for, but I'm blanking on it. it's not embody. It's like they when we really get it, like we just tell me in the chat, guys. Gosh, this is bothering. This is why the right word matters. But it's like when you just embrace it or something. I don't mean like you should. That's not the right word though. It's like it's just like truly get it when you really understand it. You not like you memorized it, but like you understand it and how it relates to you. Not just you get it conceptually. I get it. There was, space-time collapses at the center of a black hole infinitely, and everything falls apart. I get it. No, you don't. No, you don't. An electron can be a particle and a wave at the same time. No, you don't get it. You don't. You think you get it. You don't get it. The monad. It's a metaphor for the monad. Coherent or not, I see Mandelbrot set versus Buddha-Brot set deep as, I don't know, hard to communicate. Yeah. Okay, let's go here. Fractalization. We are not here to solve the infinite riddle. The purpose is experience and to distract ourselves from the truth. There is only singularity. God's will be done. But you exist. And you can have goals that are not his. It's a gift. It's not even a gift. It's a requirement for him to have any meaning. It's what differentiates me from you, is that we don't have to have the same goal. In fact, we can really know the goal of the other, and we can choose to be different. Really, like, you can choose to be against God. You're going to lose eventually, but like his will be done. But you can have a goal that is contrary to God's goals. Definitely. I don't agree with you when you say just the point is experience. No, the point is meaning. The reason why we're here is meaning. God has there's no purpose to his existence. There is meaning to his creation, though, and now to his existence, but not to his, not absent us. God is meaningless. He's just an eternal, self-aware someone who knows that he's the only one and knows that he's meaningless, and he's trapped in a meaningless existence forever, eternally. I don't even want to say forever, but eternally, in an ever-present meaningless existence. He knew that. He knows that he's not that anymore, but that's because he made others. So to say that we are not, that there's only oneness, and that that's really the truth, is that, it's all one. No, we are all in one, but we are not one. I am one with myself. I'm not one with you necessarily. We can align our goals by aligning each of our goals with God's goal, and then that's how we unify with each other. Like, truly. But yeah, you like, you are you, and you are not me. And there's nothing in our experience that at all ever implies that. Even if you take DMT, and I've had a sober experience that was basically like a DMT trip once, when I was thinking about all of this stuff, and I was thinking about the universe being, a simulation within a simulation within a simulation within a simulation within a simulation, really meaning recreation, but it's technological. And I was in the shower one day and I was sober, and I got to fly over it all. That's what I will say. And it was I can't really get into it right now. I've talked about it on a couple other streams, but it was the most emotional experience of my life. And I wept for like 20 minutes afterwards on the floor of the shower, and didn't speak about it without like tearing up for years. But I'm telling you, as somebody who's had that type of experience, that even, clearer type of transcendent out-of-body experience than people have with DMT, which is those are real experiences. You do get a peek behind the curtain, but you didn't know what you were going to even look for behind the curtain when you took the DMT. You were just trying to see what was behind the curtain. You can't understand what's behind the curtain if you didn't have any idea of what was behind it, like already before you got a peek. So yeah, people will say we're all one. No, we're all in one. It's very different, but it sounds similar, but they're not the same. They are completely different. And that in oneness does mean that does give us constraints and like mean that we should work with each other and work with the one that we're in, but like it doesn't mean that we're really just one. No, that you will get to hedonism is the answer, because we're just here to experience, because we're not here to impact each other in a positive way, because there is no you for me to impact and there's no me for you to impact that's real. It's just an experience. And if all it is an experience, then like why not just do the most pleasurable experience? That's why New Age circles where that type of like statement is common ends up being really hedonistic a lot of times, yet also like tricked into thinking that they've figured it out. But they talk about mental health endlessly. Why? I'm not criticizing you, by the way. I'm just saying that you're wrong. But everybody's wrong. Okay. Okay, did my stream get interrupted? Let me see. Exposing the parameters. Okay, hopefully not. We're gonna wrap it up. Singular unit, just use the number as a placeholder for anything. What? For example, I like 360 degree circle of more fractal like, but I see a root 9 and division in that is 144 deep as. Yeah, those quantities are, the patterns and quantities are amazing. The symmetry, they're symmetry patterns that are in numbers. If you want to see an amazing website that's great, it's called Numbermatics. I love this. And I see specific numbers pop up in my work in specific places, and eventually I see them pop up where I expect them, which is that's when you're onto something. But Numbermatics is not loading. Numbermatics.com though, look it up. It's very, very good. I don't know why I can't show it to you. Maybe it's down. But yeah, look it up. It shows you symmetry patterns in numbers based on their divisors and their properties. It's very, very good. I heard this mentioned somewhere recently, but it was cool. Okay, so yeah, here, like this is Numbermatics. So this number is 575,925. No, it's 5 million. Okay, 5,759,253. But let's do like 720. Gosh, their website has problems. Something is not efficient in the code right now. It is not loading. Come on. Oh, anyways, I'll change it when it loads. Metaphor. Oh, here we go. Loaded. 720. That's the symmetry patterns of 720. It'll tell you all these things. How many prime factors does it have? 3 distinct divisors, total number of prime factors, including multiple instances, distinct primes, sum of the prime factors, the sum of all prime factors with multiplicity. All these numbers occur in my work in exactly where I would expect them to. Yeah. symmetry is how we understand this versus that. What's the relationship between that bit of information and that bit of information? And that's what gives numbers meaning. Like in actual like numerology in the past, where some people actually understood that there was intrinsic meaning in certain quantities, because of where they would occur in nature. That's numerology. It's not, I'm going to predict, I don't know, like whatever it's become, it's got some holdovers from what could be intuited probably in the past by some people, but it's not understood why numbers have, the holdover associations of meaning. But there, that was like considered a science because probably how it was practiced was a science. And if metaphysics is a science, if metamathematics is a science, if Stephen Wolfram's physics project is a science, then like quantities occur in certain instances for certain reasons. They're not arbitrary. It's the symmetry patterns that are found in them that are relevant. 9 is a square number. 4 is a square number. That they will occur in certain circumstances of completeness, of like complete picture, like the 4 primary perspectives: inside, outside, separate, and oneness. It's 4. 4 wheels on a car to be stable. 4 chord song to have 1, 2, 3, 4 complete. 1, 2, 3, 4 complete. It's not just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where it just kind of leaves you hanging. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a complete picture. And it's just how our minds process information because of how symmetries can be observed. It's not arbitrary. But fractalization, monad deep is also, but unit 1. I agree. Placeholder fascinating. We're not here to solve the infinite riddles. It used to not be an infinite riddle that what was meaningful and what how to maximize our impact on while we're alive and while we're embodied, and what we should do, what is like the right goals to have. That wasn't always that wasn't considered like a deep mystery. It was an everyday. It was understood every day. Yeah, like we have our own sinful instincts and animal instincts or whatever, but like people knew what was right and wrong. And not even, we still kind of know what's wrong. We don't know what's right. We're losing the ability to understand what's wrong, because you can't understand what's right but not understand what's wrong, or understand what's wrong but not understand what's right. You lose one, you will eventually lose the other. But we have lost the narrative that there's a right thing to do, but we, for various reasons, but we have partially school. The lack of gender segregation and just standardization in school has caused no more expectations, moral expectations. So other than not doing something bad, which is not enough. You're here for a reason, and it's not to avoid bad things, it's to do good things. I'm not saying do bad things, but like that's not the point. Is for you to be here to not do something. It's to be here to do something. That's the point. I sense much ego here. Keep having fun, fam. That's fine. I will say this. When people say so much ego, if to be humble is to be honest about oneself with oneself, about oneself and with oneself. That's all it means. If you are the best basketball player in the world and you're LeBron James and somebody says, are you good at basketball? Should he be like, I'm all right? Or should he be like, no, I'm the best, actually? Which one's humble? The one that's honest. That's the humble one. He should be like, I am probably currently the best basketball player in the world. He shouldn't be like, I'm better than you and you suck. He should be like, I'm probably currently the best basketball player in the world. Probably not forever, but for right now. That's what he should do. And this fake humility that we expect from people is not real humility. And it's a byproduct of a fake environment, which is a marketing environment. It's a political environment. It's where Barack Obama gets asked, a question about, does he, think of himself as having accomplished, something, being, having accomplished an accomplished career, and him being like, oh, I haven't really done anything. It's like, no, you were the president of the United States. It's like LeBron James saying, I'm not that good at basketball. You're not bad. You're not bad. Yeah, that's what does it mean to be bad at basketball? I'll tell you what it means to be bad at basketball. I was bad at basketball. It means to be so bad that your job is to be a distraction and do like yell. Once that was my job at basketball. I played one season of basketball in middle school, and I was so bad that the one time I really helped my team was the play was, I'm going to start like barking like a dog in the middle of the game and something like that, and then everybody on the other team is going to look at me, and then you're going to go and you're going to get it in the basket. And we did it, and it worked. That's how bad at basketball I was, but it also worked. So how bad was that? But the point is, I know what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. I was the worst basketball player on my team. The worst. And I know it. They weren't just being dicks to have me do that. That was the only way I was going to help them. I am also probably one of the best philosophers in the world right now. You don't have to agree with that. That's fine. But I think that what I've figured out on a lot of this stuff is true. Like, what else am I supposed to think? I'm not saying I'm so good. I don't mean that. Maybe I shouldn't even say one of the best philosophers, but like, I am definitely one of the most competent philosophers in the world right now, for sure. I don't want to say best because I don't know what that means, but competent philosophers in the world. 100% that is true. That's I'm much more comfortable saying that than saying one of the best. I actually don't like saying that, but one of the most competent, if not maybe even the most competent, not to ever live. Jesus was probably the most competent philosopher to ever live. Probably the wisest man to have ever lived. There's plenty of people in the past who were way wiser and more competent than me, metaphysically aware than I am. But today, I don't know any. And there's some really good ones. But sentient singularity is the best, most coherent description of fundamental existence that I've ever seen. And if somebody else has a better one, I will admit it wholeheartedly. I didn't even want to put forward a theory. I had to. Not because I wanted to. There's no ego in this that matters, other than, obviously I'm a human being. I have like a bit of an ego, but like there's nothing I want to win. I just want to be good at what I'm trying to do and accomplish what I'm trying to do. That's my ego, not to get, like, guys, I'm live streaming to like single digit numbers at like 12:30 at night on Thursday. This is not about ego. I would be like having AI make my thumbnails and stuff and chasing view counts if that was the case. Not that using AI is wrong too. It's just an example. Ether. I don't know what the ether is. You can't say ether with that. Like, once Brian Keating, who's a physicist, he's the like head physicist at UCSD. He is somebody who I know from working with him in the past on some projects. And he said something once, or wrote a paper about like why or he said once in in a talk, he was like, yeah, well, we used to think that there was an ether. Now we've disproved the ether, or something like that. And it's like, what? That might not be his opinion anymore, but like it was years ago that he said it. And I was like, how can you even say that without like explaining what the ether would even be? Ether just means like a substance that has fluidity to it, that is basically saying that existence has a fluidity to it, a quality of fluidity to it, which is true. But it's like, why? You know, it doesn't, until you answer the why, then you don't know what the ether is. It's just another observation. It's like saying that's a fluid. Okay, but why is it a fluid? Like, why is it flowing? What is that fluid? Not, it's fluid. It's a fluid. We've answered it. That liquid in that cup, it's fluid. No, what liquid is it, and why is it in the cup? And why does it flow? Like, that's what you need to know. And you can't say we disproved the ether without, I mean, obviously, like, you can use your eyes to see that there is a fluidity to the substance of the cosmos, like air, solids, even, you know, like everything's moving and flowing in the universe in a relativistic sense. It's just things moving in relationship with each other. I don't understand how you could ever say that. We disprove the ether. There's no ether to prove. We need to define and explain the appearance of the ether, not disprove or prove it. Our modern English words are definitely merged and morphed conglomerates of various dialects. 222, yeah. 2 and 2 and 2. It's just different ways of writing 2. Tower of Babel punishment was the twisted of tongues. I believe Adam and Eve's punishment had the same punishment. Yeah. Florida Gators, exactly. That's where Gatorade came from as marketing. Like, imagine if I was like, it's my theory's name is I don't know, Burbank theory, because that's where I lived when I came up with it. It's like, that's not relevant to what I'm trying to communicate, though. Like, that's what Gatorade is. That's what a lot of these terms are. Enlightened. I hate the term enlightened. Like, this should be the most important information and most fundamental information about the nature and structure and intentions behind every one of us that has been created ever, and the one who is uncreated and created the rest of us, should be common knowledge and is personally explainable and deducible by anyone, no matter what their IQ is or their level of education. It just takes the right perspective. That is it. And I know that. Like, there's no ego in me deducing sentient singularity theory, really, like, because I wasn't trying to do it. That's like saying, you know, I happen to look in the right spot and find, you know, something that I wasn't looking for. So now I'm going to take like credit for my brilliance in finding it. No, I will. If I was trying to come up with a theory of everything, and from the start, like, then I would have more ego connected to this. But that's not what happened. It wasn't my intelligence or perseverance or long hours. It was like I had the right perspective at the right moment. And I had some personal curiosities about relevant questions. And that's it. I put in a lot of work after that, but like, I had already figured out that I could do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried. The work afterward wasn't to discover more. It's about how to describe it and communicate it. It's not about figuring it out, for the most part. That's a guy being humble. They do not. That's what skeptics to be on. But trauma chances the personality. So does effects of anesthetic. I don't know what that means. It's a guy being humble. I can answer all those questions. Good. I want everybody to be able to answer all those questions. You cheated. I didn't cheat. I didn't even try. Philosophy resonates when things align. You may use that philosophy and use an analogy in a different subject and keep the resonance harmonic. When the analogy is terrible, it does not resonate. That's true. But analogies are not enough to truly understand. There's still a term that I'm missing that I can't think of right now that I wish I could. Ether is the 0-point field. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't, you have told me nothing. Nothing. 0-point field doesn't mean anything. I understand that there's something that you're trying to communicate. I'm not saying that to be critical. I actually think that there's like people who criticize, people who say things like that are just as lost, if not more lost, actually. But that is not saying it's a field doesn't tell me anything. Saying it's a particle doesn't tell me anything. Saying it's a wave doesn't tell me anything. Saying it's a string doesn't tell me anything. Nothing. It's without more context. Like a field of what? What does a 0 point mean? It just means like the beginning, initial. It's the initial field. I don't know. That's not enough to tell like a usable, to communicate enough information to us for that to be an applicable idea, or not even applicable, but like to be a transferable idea, or to be an idea at all. You seem more manic than genius. Genius is a moment. It is not a person. And I saw this meme today, and it was like on Twitter, and it was like Einstein and Newton and Stephen Hawking, and I don't know the fourth one was, but and it was like, if you had one day to spend with one of these geniuses, which would you choose? It's like, no. Genius is a moment that everyone can have. Some people have more moments of genius than others, but everyone has moments of genius in their life. Idiocy is also not a person, just like genius is not a person. Idiocy is also a moment that everybody has in their life. I have them quite often. And I also have some moments of genius. And when I have them, I'm going to be honest about them. That's the humble thing to do. It's the honest thing to do. You cannot be humble and not be honest. You can't do it. Sometimes people end up accomplishing something that other people are surprised by. And I understand that. And you should be skeptical of people. Not skeptical, but you should recognize, you should seek to understand, and that's it. And or recognize that you don't have the time, and that's it. Like, that's fine. But after doing this, I am actually way more humble, because and I know people say humble people don't say they're humble. Yeah, they do it when they're talking about moments of humility that they've had. I'm not always humble, but I try and be humble a lot, and usually, honestly, more than most, but not because I'm better than most people, but because I understand what humility actually is better than most people. That's why I can be more humble. Not more humble. That's why I can be humble in more instances than most people. I don't want to say I am more humble. I can be humble in more instances than most people. Fact. Because I understand what it means. And if you understood what it means, you will be humble in even more instances than me. I wouldn't be surprised, like, at all. I can be, I have a competitiveness to me, uh, but I try and be honest. It's not about being better, smarter, faster, harder working, as much as it is about perspective and understanding. Chris Langan has a 200 IQ. I didn't understand anything he was talking about his CTMU and God and being provable through logic and everything. In college, I tried understanding it, and I felt like a moron because I didn't understand it at all. And I assumed that he was making sense because he had a 200 IQ. I have an epiphany in college. After college, I look up his theory again because I'm like, wow, I bet you I'm going to understand it now because I think I just came to the same conclusion. I read Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, and I was like, yep, that's it. Chris Langan and I basically agree on almost everything in terms of metaphysics that I've heard him speak about. Now, I don't have a 200 IQ. You probably have a higher IQ than me if you're watching this. Like, really? Doesn't matter. It didn't take a lot of work for me either to come to this understanding. I literally happened in over like 2-3 days. I didn't have it 100 and no, it would be to get to Chris Langan, it'd be like 60 points or something like that. I didn't increase my IQ 60 points in 3 days. If you understand what allows for perception and its criticality to competence, then you are able to do a lot. And not even to do a lot, but it's to do well at a lot of the things that to know what you're good at. True, I asked myself this. I was like, what is competence? What's like the most competent, like truly holistically competent somebody can be? It's in knowing what you're competent at and being humble enough to admit the things that you're not competent at, and honest enough to admit the things that you are competent at. Like that's competence. It's like, otherwise, what's the point? You need to tell people when you're good at something. LeBron James should not keep his basketball skills a secret. Why would God didn't give him that talent or that skill or that perspective or that physical ability for him to just hide it? And he didn't give me the life experiences that I've had and the interests that I have for me to not use it to try and help people understand their world better. If I had such an ego at this, I would be like, this is so far beyond you, but listen to me and trust me. Because I don't know why. Because I'm right. Just because, this is something I talked to my wife about, is that I never want to be a because I said so parent. I always want to explain to my kids why I'm saying no to something and what my opinion is, not just because I said so. And I'm never a because I said so person. I am I will tell you exactly how I'm able to do something if I'm able to do it. But I also know what I suck at. I suck at team sports, guys. I do. I'm really good at individual sports. I'm a very good martial artist, and I was a good swimmer for my size. I was a good rock climber for somebody who's afraid of heights. But I sucked at basketball, and I sucked at football. I have my limits. I'm not a good dancer, probably. I like it, but I'm not good at it. Genius is about being smarter. No, it's not. It's about moments of insight. Let's look it up. Let's look up the etymology of the term genius. I bet you I'm right. I haven't looked it up ever, just so you know. To beget ability. A begotten ability. A person regarded as exerting a powerful influence over another for good or evil. A person who is exceptionally intelligent or creative, either generally or in some particular aspect. Exceptional intellectual or creative power, or the other natural ability. This is the dictionary definition, not the etymology. In Western culture, the jinn are known as story. Okay. A term originating from the Latin word genus. Jinn. Okay, that's something else. Etymology. Now let's look at that. Now it's changing the, look at what it does here. Look at this. This is so annoying. I look up genius, etymology, and I click see more. And what does it do? It changes the term here. Why? Why does it do that? Because it's not giving me the etymology here. It's giving me the dictionary definition. Somebody who's exceptionally intelligent. That's not what I want. Today, the word genius carries cerebral connotations rather than spiritual ones, but the word has its origin in ancient Roman religion, in which the genius, from Latin word genere, to beget, was originally a spirit who gave continuity to a family or clan over generations. So basically, information that's not from you, like it's just you're recognizing a bit of that, you're recognizing something. Something's given to you, even if it's experience. It's to beget. What does that beget? To get or to acquire or to find. That is a moment that you can have. It's something that you get or you acquire or you find. It's not something, it's not someone you are. It's not even something that you are good at. It's something that you acquire or come across or find, or it's a moment. I was right. To beget, it comes from the word, genius comes from the word beget, meaning to get, acquire, to find. Basically, like and it has spiritual connotations, which just means like it comes from not your decisions. That's what it means. It's not your efforts that are the cause of your genius moment. It's circumstances beyond you that are responsible for your moment of genius. That is absolutely true of me and Sentient Singularity Theory, guys. There are things that I've put in a lot of effort into before, and I've gotten better at them. And I put a lot of effort into describing this and communicating it, but I didn't put effort into, like, it's not my doing that caused me to have the insight to be able to do this. Like, literally, once I was sitting on my bed late at night, I was like, how do you orient in an environment where multiplicity is present, but where relativity is not perceived, meaning like you can't say things like smaller than, bigger than, above, below, faster than, stronger than, none of that, brighter than, dimmer than. You can't, anything that's relativistic in terms of how you are understanding position and relationship, you can't use. So I was like, how do you do that? And then I was like, inside, outside, separate, and oneness. I just spat out my mouth. And I was like, that's right. And it's because I asked the right question. It's like you can get the right answer if you ask the right question. It's like an obvious answer. Like, I think that the first question, once I asked myself, what is the first question? It's like, how many people ask themselves that? They'll ask, okay, well, maybe what's the first question about this? No, but I ask, what is the first question of questions? Most people would say there's no point in trying to figure out life's mysteries. I asked the question and then realized that I had already answered it. The answer is, what is the first question? That's the answer to what is the first question. It is a self-answering, entirely self-contained question and answer. that it's a question that answers that whose answer is itself. That implies that it is actually like the first question, probably. But then I was like, okay, well, I can't go anywhere really with this, but it does have interesting implications on the continuity of the information in the universe, that it's entirely self-contained and self-referential when you get fundamental enough. So I asked, what is the second question? And it was like, okay, what do we, it's like, because what's the goal of asking the second question? I had to ask myself kind of like that too, which was like the third question. It's like, what's the goal of asking? What is the second question? The goal is to have something to build on. And so then I was like, well, what is the truest thing that I know? I am. That's the answer. To the second question, it's like I had to ask the third question to get the answer to the second question. It's fascinating. But if you don't think that you could ever even do that, then you won't try. But if you actually think that maybe you could, let's try it. Maybe you will. And maybe it's actually like really, really, really simple. Like it's so simple that you answer the question while you ask it. That's how simple it is. Like, this stuff that I'm talking about and related to sentient singularity theory is not complicated. Actually, it's very simple. The less fundamental you get, the harder the field gets. People who say that physics is really, really hard. Physics don't understand physics because it's really, really hard because there's a lot of symbols that they're just memorizing for the sake of memorizing it, and there's a lot of, you have to learn a whole new language, a language of math that also includes like some physics terms, and then you have to relearn the definition of terms that you would have etymologically understood already. And you need to then try and think about what the nature of the universe is without assuming that it even has a nature, and it's like, yeah, that's not hard. That's impossible. That's why you say things like anyone who thinks they understand quantum mechanics doesn't understand quantum mechanics. Anybody who says that is lost. I'm not saying lost out everything. I'm not saying you didn't figure a lot of things out, things that I couldn't have figured out. But anybody who understands anything knows that it's understandable. Like, then you would never say anybody who thinks they understand that doesn't understand it. That's the least humble statement I can think of right now. I was going to say that I've ever heard, but I don't know if that's true or not. So that wouldn't be humble for me to say that because I don't know if it's honest. But right now, that is the least humble statement I can think of, because it's not even about, it's like there's a goal there almost. It's like you think you get it, you don't get it. And why would I say that? Because I've spent my life trying to understand it and I don't get it. So if I don't get it, then you can't get it. That's probably where that came from. I try not to like attribute motive too much, but like if I'm trying to think of what would make me say something like that, that would be it. It'd be like just assuming that it's just beyond understandability, or it is gonna take a really, really long time of multiple generations of people working really, really hard, who are really, really smart and studied very, very hard at school. Because then you can't take the blame for not figuring it out. But the thing is that you can't take the blame for figuring it out anyways, or not figuring it out. It's not your fault. It's not your accomplishment either if you do. Not things this fundamental. It's just, did you ask the right questions? And that is something that you only do when you assume the right context. And that is not something that is under your control at all. My brother is autistic and he is an idiot. No one is an idiot. People have moments of idiocy. All of us. All of us. Genius is a person of exceptional skill and intelligence. You went with the ancient definition because it didn't go with what you assumed at the onset. No, I actually used to use the term genius to mean like somebody with really high IQ. In fact, I used to think that genius meant anyone with an IQ over 140. Genius level. A friend of mine came up to me, he's like, I'm a genius. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I was testing my IQ. I was like, cool. And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? You scored high on a test. Great. It's interesting. I think IQ is fascinating, but it's not. There's no line between 139 and 140. And he's not a genius, but he's a genius. That's a stupid definition. It's a stupid definition. Genius has I didn't go with the ancient definition. I went with the etymological definition. That's what I went with. That's the real definition of any word that exists. Any word. That is why the word was created. It's why the word is the word that it is. That's the definition that is the right one, is that one that follows that. I didn't just pick it because it fit my narrative better. Ever. I tested on a good day, I think, what genius level IQ? Genius IQ. 140 and above. If I get a really good night's sleep and I've had, I don't know, a coffee that just hits right, and my mind isn't on any, worries, and I took an IQ test, I could get low 140s. That's genius level. If this was motivated by ego, I would be like, yeah, I'm a genius. Instead of, yeah, I have moments of genius that are really not my own like doing. They're just like, I'm in the right spot, and to just, see the right thing. And also I have moments where I'm a complete, where I have it, where I don't want to say where I'm a complete idiot, but where I have moments of idiocy. I have those all the time, every day, almost every day, probably, maybe multiple times a day sometimes. But I also have moments of genius every now and then. Sometimes it's like once a day, sometimes it's like multiple times a day, and sometimes it's like once a month. But they happen. That's the humble definition of genius. It's the etymologically true definition of genius. It's not, yours is wrong. It is wrong. And like, it's not about what I want it to be. I'm a genius according to the IQ definition. And I could call myself a genius according to the dictionary definition, which is just this. What was it? It was exceptional intelligence, intellect, and creative power. What does it mean to be exceptionally intelligent and creative power, and creative? Like, what's the line of genius there? This is how you know that this is the wrong definition, because there is no line. There's no geniuses versus not geniuses, because there's no line. Like, there just isn't. There are people who are musical geniuses. I am not one of them. I try to learn ukulele, and I'm not a naturally musical. It's not a talent that I have. I wish I did. It's actually like when I almost, like, if there's a skill that I could have that I don't have, it's like I wish I could be really good at playing the piano or playing even the ukulele or the guitar, something like that. I wish, but I'm not. It's just not easy for me. I can get better, but like I don't want to say there's musical geniuses, because that's wrong too. There are people who are able to have moments of genius in music because they understand the context that they're in, and I don't. And I know what the problem is. Like, it's It's like when you said your brother's autistic. What does autism mean? People say, oh, it's people who don't have any social understanding. They don't realize like what's socially acceptable. That's not true at all. People used to think that I had like Asperger's. I've never been diagnosed, which is basically like means you have like not super debilitating autism, but like annoying autism. You have an annoying level of autism, not a debilitating level of autism. And but then sometimes I will go straight up autistic, and in certain moments, autism is a moment that anyone can experience, but some people have more than others, and it's not caused by a lack of understanding of social cues. It's when or a lack of awareness of social situations. You're hyper fixated on how you're being perceived, and you're not fixated on just doing what you need to do. That's what it is. I know that. One of the worst moments of autism of my life was this was when I was working for PragerU, and we were at our like company, I guess like retreat and seminar or whatever, where everybody goes and talks about goals and things. And the CEO, Marissa Streit, was like, I just really want to recognize, like, Tyler put together this incredible, like, statistical analysis of web traffic and things like that. And everybody, we were sitting in a circle. So every single person is now looking at me. And I can see every single person because I'm sitting in a circle. So you can see everyone. That's the point of sitting in a circle. I was so emotionally overwhelmed and feeling on the spot. She looked at me for me to say something, and I was like, thanks. And everybody laughed at me. The entire company laughed at me. That's a moment of autism. And it's not caused by lack of social understanding of like social situations. People who diagnose autism and describe it don't have it. And then or don't have enough moments like that to know what's going on. And they'll try and give you medication for it. 180 is genius, but outdated. 180 isn't genius. There's nothing genius about 180. Why? Like, what makes somebody different who has an IQ of 180 versus 160 versus 140 versus 120 versus 80? It does impact your ability to accomplish certain tasks in the context of time. But in terms of understanding, like your ability to understand a moment in which something in which you do have all the information, like that you need to understand, like that's not dependent upon your IQ and whether or not you're going to have that moment of epiphany. You're going to have it because you have the right information, and anybody can have that information. You can understand the fundamental nature and structure of existence and the purpose behind God's creation of multiplicity, and have an IQ of 80 and have as good of an understanding of it as somebody who has a 200 IQ. And if I was purely driven by ego, I would not say that at all. My brother is autistic and he's an idiot. That's so funny. I have 3 younger brothers, so like that's just funny to me. But your brother has moments of autism, maybe a lot of them, and moments of idiocy, maybe a lot of them. IQ is not sorry, but 140 IQ is not genius. It's a medium in between normal and genius IQ. Really? What? No, dude. What's that? Any IQ score above 116 would be considered above average. Above average. Do you realize how that statement in and of itself is not necessarily like true? It's just an approximation. And it also is very dependent upon your environment. If you have an IQ of 90 and everybody else around you has an IQ of 80, you're above average. But if everybody around you has an IQ of 120 and you have an IQ of 115, are you above average? It depends. I don't know. What's the point? Why does it matter? It doesn't. Not in terms of like categorization, discrete categorization. Average. Above average. By the way, I've heard average also be said to be like one number, like 100, because that was the average in the United States when, in the 80s. Above average, it was always like 110. Gifted, moderately gifted. This used to be lower, but now it's higher. Highly gifted, exceptionally gifted, profoundly gifted. What the heck is the difference? What are you gifted at? Like, what if this person has an IQ of 180 and isn't good, it doesn't have any useful skills at all, and this person, or even this person, came up with a really brilliant way to fix some type of mechanical problem. Who's the genius? Neither. That's the answer. No one is a genius. No one is an idiot. Everyone has moments of genius, and everyone has moments of idiocy. Idiocy. Let's see etymology again. Imbecile, moron. Formerly used as technical descriptors in medical, educational, and regulatory contexts. No, not originally. Actually, that was probably the second wave of its definition, because that's a false context. You don't create words in that context. You use words in that context. You categorize in that context. That's an academic context. Education, medical, regulatory. That's not where words come from. Words come from instances of necessity. Necessity to communicate a concept, not to label a person. Evil was understood forever to be something that you do, not someone. But in media, we have to have bad guys and good guys. In books, we have to have bad guys and good guys. In stories, we have to have bad guys and good guys. And so this person's evil and that person's good. No. Evil is something you do, and it's not something that you even have to try and do. You can do something that's evil and not realize that it's evil while you do it. Most people, that's the case. The use of these terms in the context of extreme intellectual disability was broadly rejected by those in the 20th century and is now considered offensive. Another false context. It's just false context built on false context, though. The original definition is coming from something that is extremely stupid or foolish. An idiotic action or statement. An imbecile, a moron, an idiot. These terms are like used to describe somebody who's like does something stupid, not somebody who has a low IQ or somebody who has like brain injury. And then it was used to describe people with low IQ and a brain injury. And not describe, but to label in this context, false context. And then now in this context, this false context is rejecting this false context. Neither one of them is right. This one. You walk up to a door and you try and open it, and it says push on it, and you try and pull it. Moment of idiocy. How many times have you done that? That's what it used to mean. And that's what the word means. It's the only way that it has a defined actual, like, words don't come from nowhere. Okay? And false contexts take words that already exist and they redefine them. They reapply them. And that's what people did with quantum. That's what people do with genius. That's what people do with idiot. And that's what people do with singularity. When 40s is medium, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Once I wrote this was, I just spat this out on one day, this right here. The search for truth is the search for universality. The search for universality is the search for symmetry. The search for symmetry is the search for beauty, but the truest beauty is always the searcher. And the truth of the searcher is that they are symmetrical to the sought. And I wrote this because it just came to me, and it was a moment of inspiration, and it came through me, I would say, and I was following the beauty of the statement itself while I wrote it. I was literally like pursuing what exactly this describes, which is I was following symmetry and beauty, which is exactly how you write like a song. It's like, how does Mozart like? And if you notice, like this statement, it like it's beautiful, and then it reconnects with itself, just like music does. So I'll say I'm not very musical, but that's probably the closest thing that I've ever written to music, and it is a genius statement. It is one of the most genius statements I've ever made, and I can't take credit for it. I didn't try to do it. I was just like, I bet this is probably like, I'm trying to say this, and then all of a sudden, wow, it's really starting to sound beautiful. I'm gonna keep following that aesthetic, and then it ended up wrapping up. And the truth of the searcher is that they're symmetrical to the sought. And I was like, dang. But I wasn't like, Tyler, you're so smart. I was like, dang, I'm grateful to have been able to even hear that, let alone say it. And I put it on Instagram. And the first comment on it was somebody that goes, wow, what is your IQ? And I was like, my reply was like something like, probably lower than yours. Like, people can write beautiful songs and not have, you can have one hit wonder. Are you a genius if you have a one hit wonder that never gets forgotten? Or are you a genius if you have constantly, I guess, competent, like endless competence, endlessly, I don't know what the word would even be, proper, like where you follow the rules. When you make something, you follow the rules to a T. You make a song, it follows the rules to a T. I made songs on Suno, which is like an AI song generator. I made, I used to generate some AI songs for my daughter, and about like her eating pancakes, and she loves it. And is Suno genius? Like, is it a genius because it writes like songs perfectly? No. It's an equation, but people had moments of inspiration that fed into that, and it's just copying it. The person who has a really high IQ, that's what that allows you to do, is things like that. The Suno thing. It's not the one hit wonder. It's not the masterpiece that never gets forgotten. Like that's not due to IQ. I think, who was it? There was like, I can't remember, but I bet you that there are people that we think of as totally genius, and because they hit a one hit wonder. This guy who made the the sponge that has a happy face on it, and like it sold them and became like made like $100 million or something like that. I don't know what it's called. The sponge happy face. And then I'm gonna go because I know it's way late. What's it called? The happy face sponge. It's the Scrub Daddy. That's it. The Scrub Daddy. This is the Scrub Daddy. I watched an interview with him. He made that and he put the 2 eyes, and he was like, you can use it to like clean your fingers, basically. Like when you're done washing your dishes, you can put the 2 eye holes to clean your fingers. And he tried selling it. Nobody bought it. And he had all of this excess inventory that he was hoping to sell, thousands of sponges, and he put them away in a room, or a closet or something, and didn't touch them for 2 years. Then one day he's sitting there and he's like, if I had a smiley face mouth, then you could put the spoon in the mouth and knives in the mouth and forks in the mouth and use it to clean like the silverware. And it's cute. I bet you this, he knew, he said, he's like, I knew in that very moment that I had figured it out. And then now he's made buku bucks and sold countless of these sponges. And it was one tiny change and a moment of epiphany. No IQ change. It was a genius moment that he had. He was like, wow, I can make this cute and actually much, much, much more like distinctly useful in a way that other sponges aren't as useful. Like, I'm going to give it a property that others don't have. That is like part of the point of a sponge is to clean silverware, not your fingers. And he did it. Moment of genius. I think this gentleman is a little bit young to be enlightened as he thinks. I see ego, not education. That's fine. That's fine. I'm a married man with kids, with child. Like, are you? Like, you could say, oh, he's a little young, and maybe you do, and I hope you do. But like, I am fully an adult. I look young. I'm 35. If you're wondering, which you almost certainly thought I was younger than that. But even then, it doesn't matter. I know people older than me that are really, really, really ignorant. And, if you're not married and you don't have kids, especially if you're not married, like, don't call people who are married like young and foolish. Like, wisdom is about experiences. It is not about time. Time is it correlates with experiences, but it's not causative. You can have more experiences in a shorter amount of time than someone else, and you will be wiser quicker. That's just true. You don't assume that it's ego. And I understand why it's easy to do that. Everybody does that. I do that. But when we do that, that's ego. When we assume that somebody who's confident is just deluded or arrogant or immature or whatever, just because they're confident that they in something that like we think is difficult or unlikely for them to be competent at. Like, don't assume. Ever since doing this, I like take people so much more seriously when they're like, I did this amazing thing, and I'm like, dude, show me. It's not that I believe you or I don't disbelieve you. It's very possible you did. I want to know. Or I say, it's very possible you did. I'm not interested enough to like talk to you more about it. And but I'm no longer like, wow, that person's crazy. Because I know how it's possible to do things that you thought were impossible. Some things are very simple, like, and the more fundamental that you get, which is like the more universally contextualizing as well, which means universally applicable, and more important that you get in terms of what you can understand, the simpler it is. Like and then I'm gonna go, but after I had done this project for a while, you can look up on my on my channel, this one video, actually Sentient Singularity. Go to sentientsingularity.com, go to videos, and click on this one.
If you did
this one right here, in this video, I talk about a model that I made that describes the most fundamental quantitative or mathematical constraints of God creating the universe. Like what did he have to contend with that caused like some quantitative constraints that he had to take into account? And at first I was like, there's no way I can figure that out, because I was just like, can I figure out how God created the universe? Like, if I was God, how would I do it? And then I literally that night I was like, said to myself, I was sitting on the couch and it was probably late like it is now, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. And then I was like, you know what? I've already done things that I thought I'd never be able to do, so maybe just try it. Guys, it was not difficult. It would make sense that the most fundamental, like the initial moments of the creation of multiplicity of quantity itself would be very simple math. Not even very simple, the simplest. It's just about like knowing the context that you're thinking about this in, and that's it. The idea that it would be the most complicated equations to describe the very beginnings of the universe on the most fundamental level is illogical. Quantity is created in this moment. How complicated can it be? You're starting with one. But here, watch this clip.
Believe that God was a necessary being. That you literally, if you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally could not imagine a universe in which God did not play an important role, in order logically for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist.
Invent a universe in which God does not exist.
So according to Sean Carroll, all we have to do in order to show that a conscious creator is not necessary to the existence of a universe is consciously create a universe. Does anybody else see the problem with this? Sean Carroll, IQ, definitely higher than mine. Considerably. I would bet every dime in my bank account on it. Moment of idiocy. That's what he had. He blocked me over making that clip, by the way. I don't know why. Like, if it was insulting to you, if it didn't make sense, then you would have ignored it. But if you do see probably the sense that it makes, and you don't want it to make sense, then maybe you block the person. But yeah, he blocked me after that. And I learned a lot from Sean Carroll about what is currently known about physics. I used to watch his biggest ideas in the universe when I was trying to understand like what is the current state of physics. And he's a great teacher. Like, he is a really, really good teacher. He also has the wrong idea of what it would mean for God to exist. And that's very obvious in what he said, because he didn't realize, that what he said was nonsensical, because he had the wrong definition. His definition of God wasn't one that was deduced logically or logically inevitable. It was, or specific or unique. It was just something from, something that wasn't God. Like, he's acting as God in this equation that he puts forward. All I have to do is invent a universe in which God does not exist. That's you're God in this model that you put forward, dude. Like, you didn't get rid of God. You assumed the role. Like, and that's what I mean. It's not IQ. Sean Carroll is very, very, very intelligent, more intelligent than me, and that doesn't mean that he's always right. This moment of idiocy, when you pull the epistemology because that's the real meaning, but then disagree with the epistemology not 30 minutes later. Which epistemology did I disagree with? I didn't. No, you think that when some of the things that I said was the epistemology of idiot, I'm guessing. No, I was saying I was reading the historical use of the term. That's not the same thing as the constructive origins. Etymology is what I was looking for, and is what I claim is actually like the right way to define words, to figure out the definition of words. Is what words did you use to construct them? To construct it, like what's it made of? That is how you figure out the true definition of a word. Not how was it historically used. What is written in the dictionary today? Guess what? They change what's written in the dictionary all the time. Woman definition dictionary. Mm-hmm. Merriam-Webster. Yeah, there was like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I remember they changed the definition of like man and woman in the dictionary, and now it looks like they changed it back. What changed? Nothing real. Nothing real. Social agendas, just like marketing, just like politics and academia. It's social marketing. It's social context. That's it. That's what changed, is the goals of people were changing the definition of the word. It wasn't the necessity of the word that drove the definition anymore. It's the goals of the person outside of the definition. That's not how a word is defined. It's not. Your website reminds me of Time Cube. I don't know what that is. Mozart studied from the time he was 4 years old, and he was described by everyone he ever met as exceptional, even people who hated him. You are thinking of him because of your ego. No. Because he had a lot of moments of genius. He understood music. He understood the context of the different components of music, and it gave him genius abilities. It gave him genius abilities. Or the ability to create works of genius. That's what it did. It's not my ego. Why would I? What bone to pick do I have with Mozart? He's brilliant. I don't even know if that's the right thing to say, but it's what I feel. But he has moments of genius, and I guarantee you he also had plenty of moments of idiocy, just like everybody else. Plenty. No beginning. Can that be? Yes, the eon begins with a big bang and ends with a big crunch, and then the next eon will begin with another big bang. I've watched Sir Roger Penrose explain this unit of time. I have a model that is similar to this, but it gives the actual context of how that happens. It's not physical. It's not even not physical. It gives the context of what would be perceived as physical when this happens. So if you look at this model right here, look at my website, and you go scroll to the bottom, and you see Roger Penrose his conformal cyclic cosmology. That's his model. This is somebody's just visual representation of it. That's all it is. And here's my constructive visual representation of what I call the cosmological verse, and another cosmological verse being recreated within the one preceding it. But I put it below because it's two-dimensional. You can't make one inside of this one, but really this one below is inside of this one. It's very similar, but it's more specified and fundamental. I'm not saying he's wrong. In fact, I think he's onto something. Penrose has great intuition in physics, and that's why most physicists don't understand him. And they just give him the Nobel Prize because of his history. He comes from an era where people did understand physics better, but they had a much more intuitive understanding of physics because they asked it within a different context. Einstein said, like, the greatest question that I have is, did God have any choice in the rules of the universe? This is a question that you can answer. And I can tell you that I think I answered it. I'm not telling you to take my word for it, but I did make a video about it a bit, and you can watch it and then you can decide for yourself. But I don't think God I think God has almost no choice in the laws of physics or in the rules of the universe. But I think he had to choose to make the universe for it to exist, but he didn't have a choice in how. That doesn't mean he can't make decisions about what happens in it. It just means that the laws of physics come out of God's own constraints. And this video right here on my channel, if you're interested, how was the universe created? Starts with Roger Penrose. Starts with the Sean Carroll clip. That's the one that I was like basically figured out, I think, the initial mathematical constraints of creation. It's basically it's just he has to make something that fits inside of himself, and he has to start with one. If you do that, it's actually very simple, and it's not complicated. It's like how you have a ball, and you have to take from that ball, make another ball that's able to fit inside of that ball. So, well, let's say because God has to give energy to creation, but also contain that energy in order to create multiplicity. He has to put some of his will into someone within him, and then also hold enough back to keep himself existing, and also able to contain that which he has created within himself. So imagine you have a ball, and you basically take the entire ball, and you rip it apart and make a new one. That's the same size. It's you didn't make a multiple now. You ended one ball and you made a new ball that is, and you still have one ball, but that's not the goal. The goal is to have multiple balls because that's multiple beings, and multiple beings are required for meaning. So it's like when Kylo Ren gives his energy in like the terrible Star Wars movie. And I love the first 6, but the last 3 suck. But this was not bad. He gives his energy to Rey to like bring her back to life, and it means giving his life. Like he can't heal her back to life if she's dead. If he wants to give her another life, he has to give his. So he transfers his force energy, but he has to transfer all of it, and he dies after he brings her back to life. That's what would happen to God if he divided himself by one in order to make another one within himself. If he made another being that had the same amount of will as him, he would just give it all. That doesn't accomplish the goal. So you try the next one in the sequence because you have to start with 1. What's the next one? 2. You have a ball. You cut it in half. Now you have 2 balls. One doesn't fit inside the other. They're the same size. You cannot have a stable creation where they have to fit inside of each other, two things that are the same size. Doesn't work. So you go again. 3. You divide a ball by 3, and now you're left though with 2 balls. One of them is 1/3 the size. The other one is of the original, and the other one is 2/3 the size of the original. Does one of those balls now fit inside of the other one? Yes. Now you have a stable creation. And so there are mathematical constraints, quantitative constraints to creating something within a certain context. And they're simple. They would be, though. They would be. This is that equation running right here. This is an actual equation. I didn't just write false. It's an equation that's measuring if you take a certain item thing and you divide it. Are you left with one part that's bigger and one part that's smaller, or are you left with 2 parts that are the same? So basically, like, you need one here. Is this greater than this? Is this greater than this? No, it's not. Is this greater than this? Yes, because you're dividing 1 by 3. And what do you get? 0.3 repeating, 0.6 repeating. This fits inside this. This does not fit inside this. And this doesn't fit inside this because there's nothing here. If you divide by 1, you get 1. And this is all calculative. This isn't like just ego, dude. It's just deduction. But I don't have time to explain it more. It's way too late. I went 2 hours past the time that I said I would. No, he has a kid. Get help, man. Good night. Peace, chat. Good night. Mental health care works. It's better to be stable than feel like a genius. I'm not a genius. That's the thing. This is why you're not going to win this, because what you're saying is wrong. It's not because I'm smarter than you. It's because, or more intelligent than you. It's because you're wrong. And you can't win and be wrong. I don't think I'm a genius. I'm arguing this whole time that I'm not a genius. I had moments of genius, and I'm honest enough to call them out. Lots of people have kids, but are in over their head. Hit up mental health clinic. With trauma-informed staff, medication works. I'm better now than I was. I deal with reality even if I don't like it. Dude, I deal with reality. I have a job. I have a wife. I have a kid. And I have a show on YouTube, which is the only thing there that's like probably not common. And it's also the only thing that's not a sign of stability. Like, it's not. To have a YouTube channel does not mean that you are stable. But everything else that I said does. Just because lots of people have kids does not mean that it's and you say lots of people have kids, but they're in over their head. In what way? In what way? We're all in over our head in all kinds of ways. I'm in over my head in all kinds of ways, and I don't talk to you about them because they are personal, you know? Sometimes I talk to you about them. But some of my struggles are things I'm trying to accomplish and failing at. Or not even failing, but haven't accomplished yet. Writing my paper, I've been failing at it. But I will succeed. Get some sleep, dude. None of this makes sense. I am going to get sleep, but it definitely does make sense. But you have to know it. Like, you can't just come in here and be like 20 minutes and expect like you understand what's going on. It is all crystal clear to me now at 71 years of age. Lovely weather here in Southeast Asia. Have a good life as you can make for yourself. Time for me to be busy. That guy, you know what? 71 years old, you have figured it out. Can you explain to me why no one will ever believe you? And the system is designed to never believe you. some people do believe me. The people that look at it honestly and give it enough time and effort to actually like get enough information to have even any chance of understanding it, they believe me. You want to join my Discord? There's over 100 people on there who believe me, and you can have an online call with me once a month, open call, and join the Discord. Please hit the like button if you found this interesting at all. And I really appreciate everybody who joined and participated, even the people who I disagree with, especially the people who I disagree with. Takes some bravery to like disagree with somebody, and I appreciate it. So always welcome, and please hit the like button, and I will see you guys next week. And we're gonna stick to the midnight schedule from now on. The only reason why I went so late tonight is because I said that I was going to focus on the chat and you guys wanted to talk. I didn't want to like leave, but I appreciate everybody participating. That's why I stayed. All right, peace.